Welcome in, welcome in. Let's get to it. How you doing, Lady Pixie? DLC time. Here we go. I'll take it. Nope. Who we taking? No one. Boondock Saints reference.
Welcome to Ambrose Manor. Expecting company. Please follow. Do not stray from the path.
Follow. Do not stray from the path. Remember, follow. Don't stray. Woo! Somehow, I think I should just take the elevator, homie. Let's try that. Maybe?
Query. Are you upside down?
No, you are, big dog. Thanks for asking, though. Too bad I can't help him up. Although I couldn't tell if you were being sarcastic. Well, he said to follow my Spacer's choice. No wonder he's a piece of shit. Too bad you can't, like, help him up.
This unit is under construction.
And now it's under construction. Oh, that is fantastic. Alright.
What dark secrets are you holding and harboring within the bounds of this planet?
Absolutely nothing. It's just a rich person's house.
But surely there is some malevolent spirits or secrets.
No, it's just a rich person's house.
Disappointing.
Barred from the other side.
Playing, canned responses. How clumsy of this unit. These things happen. Oh, calamity.
Again, homie, can I just, like, put you back on your tripod there? No? Fine. Oh! We got attacked by rabid sprats. Does that mean there's loot back here? There's loot back here. I mean, I would hardly call that worth it, but I mean, like, sure, we'll take it. We literally met the requirements by 2 points. I've got some good rewards now at BK. Oh, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I went to them and I asked them, I was like, hey, I see your sign says it says all day and it says Whoppers and Whopper Juniors. And I was just like, oh, are you selling Whoppers right now? And they're like, no, we're not selling Whoppers right now. The grill's not warmed up. Just like, so then you're not selling Whoppers all day. Okay, Raj. Thank you, false advertisement, and getting my hopes up just to crush them. That was so fantastic. Freaking Zen Gardens, man. Zen Gardens are cool to look at. Super useful. Hey, look. Fishes on track. It's a Saltuna pond. So this is their Saltuna pond. Because, you know, every rich person needs fishes to look at. I guess. I wonder, is this thing like a cleaner, maybe? So they don't get all dirty looking. I don't know, I think that would make me mad if if that was the extent of my fishes. And I could afford an entire asteroid mansion. I would be upset if that was the extent of what fishes I could get access to. Like, you have 2 different planets that are just dedicated purely to Saltuna, and you can't get a regular Saltuna fish? That looks like there's something inside of that. Nope, doesn't break. And nothing else. Let's go into the mansion of the uber rich person that hired somebody that sent us a message to finish the job with their severed hand. I want to know why you mailed the severed hand. Like, couldn't you have just mailed us the message and not sent us the hand attached? And then if you died, right? If you died before you sent the package, why did you keep your hand attached to it? And if you died after the package was sent, who kept your fucking hand attached to it? We're gonna rob the rich person first, and then we'll see what they're gonna pay us to go do. Did you say you're gonna rob them and then make them pay you? Yes, that's exactly what I said. They can afford it, it's okay. Rum and something. That's a hell of a name right there. Rum and something. I don't fucking know, it's something. That seems like that was how that marketing went, right? Like that. What are you drinking? I don't fucking know. It's rum and something. I don't fucking know. That's how that whole entire marketing campaign came up. Maybe some viewers have played the new games Seven Wonders. Let us know what they think. Here is the descriptions. Make the right decisions and lead your civilization to prosperity. In one of the 7 great cities of antiquity. Develop your civilization military. Honestly, that's beginning to sound like Civilization. That sounds like Civilization. What's with the music? There's nobody fucking in here. Don't have the skill. That's not a human skull. Don't know what kind of skull that's supposed to be, but it's definitely not a human skull. You know, people should probably stop fucking with the cube. Cubes never work out for anybody involved. Have they not seen Hellraiser? I feel like if you're gonna have cubes, you should probably watch Hellraiser, so you understand the power of what you're fucking with. Man, this is so cool. Not gonna lie, if I could live isolated on a fucking asteroid and be self-sustaining, I totally would. Cause you know what's not on an asteroid? Rain. Go through it all. Look at that hack 80 deleted logs. So that's 2 different things right out the gate that we've encountered that we can't open. That requires a hacking of 80, that requires a lockpicking of 150. That's 2 already that we can't do. Man, this is It's gonna be a very limited run through on this DLC if I can't access anything. I heard something. I assume that's another game. It's normally 50. Garage sale, brand new, 15. Yeah, Civilization is it's Sid Meier's Civilization, and what you do is you pick what major culture you want, and it'll be like, pick any famous leader from any part of the world that's probably in Civilization. And everyone starts out as hunter-gatherers with no settlements, and then you have to create your first settlement, and then you have to like evolve your settlement and civilization technologically, culturally, religiously, militarily, and then you have to go and like invade enemies, take over territories. There's diplomacy, there's science, you can develop new religions, all sorts of crazy stuff like that. And you try to go all the way until you win one of three ways. The first way is you basically get everybody to agree, kind of like the UN thing where everyone's like, oh yeah, we're equal allies. But then you're like, really? Who pays all your bills? America. Who prevents people from fucking with you? America. Yay, yo, you know all those wars that our allies go into that they don't want to be part of? Why do they go into them if they don't want to be part of them? It's America. Like, that's how that whole entire thing works. So, are they really allies? You know, America doesn't treat them like allies, which is unfortunate because they should. I believe that's a double door that goes to the same room. So, you can win that way by basically making everybody in the Sid Meier Civilization games answer to you diplomatically, or you can use your military and just make it so nobody else exists.
I hope this letter finds you well. No, it's too stilted. It sounds like I'm writing to request a loan. Dearest Wilhelmina, I regret to tell you. Law, no, that's worse. When have I ever called her dearest? She's my daughter. This should be easy. How can a mother not know how to talk to her own daughter?
Quite easily.
My love, I can no longer... For your safety, I must... Oh, hell. Even if she despises me for what I had to do, I should still be able to say goodbye. Minnie, I have to leave, and I don't intend to come back. I love you. I'm so sorry.
Okay, I get not being able to talk to your kid. That makes sense, because you actually care what they think of you. That tracks. I also get the whole not being able to say goodbye thing, because it's the last message they're ever going to hear from you, so you want it to meet a certain standard. That tracks. I get that. But you know what the quickest way to fuck all that up is? By worrying about it. Just go for it. Do the knee-jerk reaction thing, say what's on your mind, and then go through, say it how you want to say it, and then review it and make sure it's not deliberately fucking mean. And then once you've made sure it wasn't deliberately fucking mean, or unintentionally mean, then move on. You're good to go. They'll either interpret it correctly or they won't, and either way it's not going to fucking matter, because again, it's your last message you're ever sending them, so they're never going to see you again, so you're never going to know. And you can tell yourself whatever pretty lie you want to tell yourself as you fade away. So maybe it's a simplified gateway to civilization? Oh, probably. What you're describing kind of sounds like a board game. Is it a board game? I know they make quite a few video games like that. That's what Civilization, Sid Meier's, or Sid Meier's Civilization is a video game. Actually, I own, is it 5 or 6? I also own 4. I own 2 of them. Whatever the last one was, and then I own 4. I know they're coming out with a new one here soon. Man, it's gonna be a rough game, because like already we don't meet 2 of the requirements. Do we have... God damn it. Because I really don't... I don't want to be missing out on stuff like that, because it's really shitty to miss out on stuff. And I don't want to do this one yet. Where are my stats at? $60 and $82, and this needs to get to 80, so that's 20, and this needs 150, which is another. So you're looking at 9 fucking levels. All right. Guess we're just gonna have to make do.
So who the devil are you?
Let's go to the top one. Scare Captain the Unreliable.
You don't say. Well, make yourself at home, Captain.
It's
I'm
a board
sure
game
we have
too.
much to discuss. Do you see that glowing chunk of space rock?
Oh,
That's Gordon.
I had no idea it was a board game
My
too.
birthright, my burden, and the bane of my existence. I hate to drink alone, and this is my third. So join me in raising a glass to Gorgon.
You hate to drink alone, and this is your third. So I don't think you understand what that phrase means. And if you are in charge of Gorgon over there, and you live in a rich person mansion on a fucking asteroid that you're the sole inhabitant of, can't you buy company? Like, just buy someone to be your friend. Be like, hey, one of the 16 million fucking rooms in this mansion, it's yours. You just gotta talk to me every now and then. Like, there's so many people that would just take you up on that offer if you really hate to drink alone. Are you Mini Ambrose?
That's right. And I take it you're the type who skips formalities, so let's get down to business.
There we go.
Now, what brings you to my house, handsome? I take it you didn't come all this way for the beverages, the starry skies, or the pleasant company.
About the severed arm.
A severed arm? How positively ghoulish.
Oh,
You
you're
know
sheltered.
This is a private residence,
Raj.
not a curio shop.
Does the name Lucky Montoya mean anything to you?
Lucky Montoya is my personal freelancer. Fascinating man. Very brooding and theatrical. Always staring into space and twirling a bullet over his knuckles. But if something happened to him... Oh dear.
My problem
I suppose
is...
that makes him my former freelancer now? Thank you. But the people in my orbit come and go all the time. Occupational hazard. What a time for his luck to run out. We were in
Yeah, I
the middle
know.
of something grand, and I really can't afford another setback.
So yeah, I can't do it with the pistol rounds. So he must be doing it with rifle rounds for theatrics. So probably what, 5.56, 7.62, right around there. Maybe a 308. Anything bigger than that would probably be too big. I just tried with a 45 round. 45 rounds too small. So yeah, because I used to deal with poker chips, the twirling them on your knuckles, rolling it on your knuckles, like she was just talking about. Let me guess, you need someone to finish whatever Lucky started.
Excellent deduction. I can tell I found the right man for the job. How would you like to be my new freelancer? There's been a recent vacancy, and I think you're well suited to the job. I'm looking for someone rough around the edges. A gorgeous, dashing scoundrel type. Incidentally, someone good with their hands.
So the dude you hired, who was the fourth highest paid out of hundreds of mercenaries, his arm showed up on my ship offering me the job. And you're just like, oh, well, now that he's dead, you're qualified. You should do the job. It's like, you don't even know who the fuck I am. I just told you my name and that was it. You don't know anything about me. What if I'm just like a parcel delivery service dude, right? Like I'm just the mailman. Or what if I'm just the garbage guy and I was like, hey, you know, it's been a few weeks since you put your cans out. I was just curious, like, if someone was still here, you know? What if that was the case? What if I was soliciting solar panels? You don't know? Fucking, you're qualified. Why? Because I have a pulse? Let's see, give me the details and I'll let you know.
My mother, Dr. Olivia Ambrose, worked for Spacer's Choice at the Gorgon Research Facility.
Ask why there's a
brilliant.
recent vacancy.
The
We know
top
why there's a
scientist in the
recent
field.
vacancy.
Until tragedy struck.
So how this kicked off, you may not have been here for it. How this kicked off was we got contacted saying that there's a package for us that it was needed to be delivered to our ship. So we went and we grabbed the package. Then they put it in the hold. We opened that in the hold because they told it was biohazard. It was like, what the fuck's bio? Okay, so open it up, and it was this dude's arm cut off about just above the right around the elbow area that was still grasping this recording device. And played the recording message, and he's like, hey, yeah, I took this job. Didn't tell us anything about the job. Told us who the client was. And was like, yeah, but if you're reading this, if you're hearing this, I'm obviously dead, so I need you to finish it. Now we're even. I don't owe you anymore. It's just like, okay, cool. So we know that the dude's dead because he delivered it. He delivered the message of the job with his severed arm. So like, we know that one, but it's just like she's really not bothered by the fact that her guy is dead, and she's gonna hire some random stranger. So confident, though. So confident. Oh, no, not solar panels. Oh, wow. Yeah, I missed that. Yeah, like, solar panels, man. They won't stop. Let's see. Surprise Spacer Choice is one big accident. When you have a Spacer Choice, never allow anything to bad happen on the... One of their Spacer Choice literal advertisement slogans is, we cut corners so you don't have to.
One day, Spacer's Choice shut down all research and evacuated Gorgon. Everyone had to scramble or risk getting left behind. It was chaos. Employees fled for their lives. Mother never made it home. I'm told she wasn't the only casualty that fateful day. Mother's name has since been dragged through the mud. Spacer's Choice blames her for the collapse of Project Gorgon, and I just know they're lying.
I found the recording of your mother telling you that she was going away. That this would be the last time you'd hear from her. We found that already. She premeditated disappearing. She wasn't just a unfortunate casualty of that day that didn't get off to the ships fast enough. Whatever she did was premeditated. She told you with her own fucking words in the recording that we found in the master bedroom. Just down the hall, like literally one door down from this room that we're standing in. Your mother told you she planned to disappear. Did you not read the message or listen to the message from your mother before like hiring freelancers to go cause problems? You should probably do that. Just saying. Just saying.
Whatever happened on Gorgon wasn't Mother's fault. I simply need the evidence to prove it. We're going to drag the truth kicking and screaming into the light.
Oh, don't do
Even
that.
if it means bringing ruin and humiliation to Spacer's Choice.
Oh, most definitely don't
All
do
the
that.
evidence I need should be in Mother's journal. You can find it in her office on Gorgon, in the heart of the old research facility.
Why do people insist on fighting corporations and big company entities? Like, stop doing that shit. You're not accomplishing anything. Because everyone's like, well, we're gonna expose the truth. And it's like, what does exposing the truth do to companies and corporations that have more money than God? Absolutely nothing. You know what you have to do? You have to replace the leadership or make the leadership suffer in a way that they are forced to change policies. You don't expose the truth of their bad business practices. Nobody gives a shit. Everybody knows that not a single business is upright. Everyone knows that every company, anybody who has money, has not made that money legitimately. Like, that's not how money works. Everyone knows that. And if you don't, you're damn ignorant. Like, exposing the truth does jack shit other than give the media some sensational story for a week, maybe two if it's really big. And then everyone forgets about it. And then everyone goes about their lives and nothing changes. Change is not made that way. Just saying. Danger, corporate intrigue. Sounds like my kind of job. Let's go with the bottom one. I can't make any promises until I've seen Gorgon myself because the entire corporation evacuated the place. And nobody's been back since. Except for Lucky, that the character's aware of at this point, right? And Lucky's arm is the only thing that made it off of Gorgon. I would definitely go with this one.
By all means, go and see what you're up against. I'm certain Mother's journal won't go far. When you reach Gorgon, pack a weapon you trust. The corporate lockdown hasn't stopped the wilderness from squirming in through the cracks.
What did you tell Lucky about the job?
I told him everything I've told you. Just the facts. Maybe a couple of harmless embellishments. Why?
I'm trying to calculate the odds of this kid getting me killed. Just making sure I have what I needed.
Still, you're smart to ask. Lucky spent most of our time together spinning a pistol around his index finger. Not sure he listened to any
low
of my
caliber.
advice. But you won't let me down, will you, Captain?
So, if he's spinning his pistol around, you're also using small calibers because you use something heavy like a 45, 357, anything of that nature. Like, it's got some fucking weight to it. You're not spinning it around a single finger. You will drop your weapon. They're too heavy. So, you're using a light caliber weapon system. I guess you could do it with like a 9 or a 5.7. You could do it with a 38 for sure, 32s for sure, 22s for sure. You lost an arm and your name's Lucky and you're using light caliber, so I'm gonna go with something armored. A lot of something armored. That'd be the thing that would give you a problem if you're using light, small caliber. So yeah, we're going up against armored targets. That's my bet.
There's
gonna be a
little
lot of them.
saloon near Gorgon's landing pad, the Sprat Shack. Lucky was renting a room, so if you want to follow his trail, that would be the place to start. Just so we understand each other, money is no object. I'm willing to squander the family fortune if you get me what I want. Between your payment and any salvage you happen across, you'll walk away from this rich enough to buy a mansion of your own. How does that sound?
So here's the rule. When you're in dangerous work, if it sounds like a good gig or it sounds like an easy gig, it's not. They are fucking lying to you. If it sounds like it's one of the shittiest, most dangerous jobs you'll ever fucking do and one of the most miserable experiences you'll ever have, they are being 100% honest with you. Nothing is easy when violence is involved. Because the thing is anybody saying, oh, this is easy, we just do X, Y, Z, and then we're done. It's like, Nobody who is saying that has ever actually been in a violent altercation in their entire life. 1. And 2, they're idiots because they're not taking into the account the fact that if you are going to have a violent altercation, the individual, whether it's beast man robot, right? Beast man or machine, it gets a fucking say too. It gets to be violent in response to your violence. And you can't calculate for that. You can estimate very, very, very roughly. But here's the thing. With combat actions, whether it's small scale like an individual scale like this, or army scale, where you're dealing with like full-blown armies, nation-size armies, right? The casualty is always the same. The very first casualty is always the plan. 100% of the time, the plan never survives. And I have been in tons of operations. Hell, before I even did the contracting after I got out of the army, I was in over 300 individual battles, and that doesn't include major operations that did not have combat. Right? That doesn't include any of my recon stuff. That doesn't include any of my escort stuff. That doesn't my prisoner escorts, my VIP escorts. That doesn't include any of the high-ranking meetings we went to. That doesn't include checkpoints, nothing. That doesn't include any of the extraction stuff we did. And I can tell you 100%, anytime that violence has gotten involved, the moment it got involved, the entire fucking plan was done. And we had to improvise a new plan on the spot. So anyone who thinks the job's easy, full of shit. Full of shit. And I would like, see, she says between your payment, we still haven't said how much you're paying me. If you're wanting me to go into where the 4th highest paid mercenary in all of Halcyon's severed arm showed up, delivered to my ship, and you want me to take that job, you better have some really fucking enticing benefits for the pay if I survive. Like, telling me that I can just take whatever I want that I find when I'm out killing whatever killed the last dude, that's not good enough. That's not yours to give. That's mine by right. Now, what you're gonna pay me, on the other hand, that's yours to give. And you said I could buy a mansion, but what if you just gave me yours? What's the catch?
The catch? No one's ever done this before, and the only person who tried is a corpse. Believe me, that's enough. Here's your nav key, Captain. Safe travels.
You're still hiding so fucking much, though.
A word of advice before you go, Captain. Trust no one. Mother's office is in the heart of the Gorgon facility. You're free to salvage anything that isn't nailed down. I only want what's mine.
You're a rich, sheltered fuck who has no life experience and is just super fucking greedy. And you like the theatrical. That's why you're talking the way you're talking. That's why you're hiring the people you're hiring. But I'm looking at this place and look, this is dirty, worn down, not maintained. We've got cloth over the furniture. The floor's a wreck. You got a robot that's walking off your landing pad. You've got broken doors. We've got a room that hasn't been maintained in forever. Most of your furniture's covered up. You got doors that are flat out locked and sealed that don't open. Your janitor robot's not actually cleaning anything. You have no actual food in here. You only had drinks. Like, are you sure you're in a position to pay me? Because I don't think you're in a position to pay me. I'm beginning to have my doubts about your trustworthiness. Because people that don't have those experiences tend to do really dumb things, like try not to pay their clients, or not their clients, their employees. Those that they hire, they tend to like, oh, well, I'll just kill you too. And it's like, no, I'll just kill you.
Compensating for stretcher.
Or I'm not gonna pay you and there's nothing you can do about it. It's just like, don't do that. Oh, or what's the third one? There's a third one. What is it? It's when they want to be directly involved. It's like, no. If you want to be directly involved, don't hire other people to handle it for you. Just go handle it yourself. But don't get involved and inject yourself into the job. Don't do that. Unless that's the expectation from the very beginning. Then at that point, maybe.
We are now in orbit above Gorgon.
Okay, let's see what we got. Get some more freedom fuel here. Why are there sirens? There's obviously salvagers here. So why is there sirens? And why haven't you all shut them off yet? And who designed that siren? Because that's not a siren that people are going to run away from.
Evacuation in progress.
There we go. Disabled. One of the shittiest alarms that I've ever heard was we had just come back from Afghanistan, and a buddy of mine, he had a on-base house with his wife, and we went out, like the group of us went out. We were hanging out, partying that night, and then he was like, just come back to my place and we'll just all crash. So we all crashed at his place, and his wife forgot to turn her alarm off on her cell phone, her morning alarm. The problem wasn't that she forgot to shut her alarm off. The problem was the fact that her alarm was an air raid siren. And we had just come back from a 12-month deployment where we were hearing air raid sirens on a constant fucking basis, where people were actively attacking our base on a constant fucking basis, and we got woken up. It was like our second or third night home to an air raid siren going off. Oh, that was such an enjoyable experience. Yeah, needless to say, we never stayed at his house again. Yeah, that was less than desirable. Like, I don't know why you would pick an air raid siren as your alarm to wake up to. Like, am I the only one that has, like, gentle alarms? Like, my alarms are not raw. They're usually, like, an escalating, like, water trickle. Or, like, a harp or string type instrument or something to that effect, right? But it's starts out really soft and gentle, and like it builds up till it gets louder and louder, but it's a gradual escalation, not a hey, all of a sudden, how do you like me? Shit, you know what we didn't get? We didn't get this Sugar Ops body armor. We only got the helmet. I just thought of that. We never grabbed the actual armor for Rizzo's. We only have the what is that? Spacer's Choice. Yeah, we only ever grabbed the. There's something in here, isn't there? No? There's just a bunch of dead bodies for absolutely no reason. Okay. I don't believe you. I'm glad my silent... Oh, dang. I'm glad my silent first alarm had been working. Yeah, I usually... if I have to have an audible alarm, it's always gradual, soft, gentle, so that way it's not an abrupt wake up. And then, but typically, honestly, what it is the vibration usually wakes me up first, because I keep my phones on hard surfaces, so that way whenever they go off, the vibration is enough to get my attention. I prefer the softer, gentler sounds. It's not as, it doesn't cause the brain to freeze up in response while it's trying to identify it. You immediately don't go into like, there's none of that. It's just, okay, what's that? Oh yeah, that's what that is. Okay. It helps with better moods too. So that was another lock that we still couldn't pop. So we're up to 3 now that we have not had access to. There is so much loot around here. $154. Okay. Oh. Okay. You're not moving. So that's something, I suppose. What do we have? Ooh, more stuff. Marauder, Crackshot, Marauder, Plunderer. Is it only the 2? Well, if it's only the 2 of y'all. Nope, there you are. Oh. There we go. The sway should not be that bad on this weapon system. It's kind of crazy that it is. Maybe it's just I'm out of it because I just woke up. Ow! Nothing down there. Okay. Let's go check our kills and then we'll come back and finish the looting. So why is it that... Because there's no implication that they've given, or it's not implication, indication. There's no indication that they've given at any point in this game series that the Marauders are unified in answer to a single leader. And if they aren't unified and they don't answer to a single leader, why are they all wearing the same exact uniform? Like, I'm all about uniforms. I love uniforms. I think they're fantastic, and I think everybody should have uniforms for every walk of life. It would be fantastic and make it super easy for people to identify each other and know who's who and what's what. But it's also not realistic because there's too many different things that you would have uniforms for. But why did they in particular all have the same uniform for Marauders when they're all clearly different little individual bands and groups? Like, look at gangs, right? gangs are gangs. They're structured all the same. They behave relatively similar for the most part, with minor differences. But they all have distinct looks, right? Somewhere blue, somewhere red, somewhere green, somewhere white, somewhere black, somewhere yellow. Some have a crown. Some have just a name. So some have symbols, some have names. You know? Some operate independently, some always operate with others. But all the Marauders dress exactly the same and do exactly the same things every time. No matter what, even though they're not part of the same group. They're not unified. They don't have a single leader. They don't hold Marauder meetings where they're like, all right, guys, this is the do's and don'ts for the club today, okay? We can only eat people on Tuesdays. Other days, we have to do the pillaging, okay? Cannibalism is purely for Tuesday. The room goes, ah, I know, but we're getting too focused on that. We're not bringing in enough money. You know, like, there's not a meeting like that taking place. There should be, but they're just not. Ah. Alright, so I think we looted enough of that. Still says take, not steal. So we still got to keep an eye on that, because I know we're getting close to the salvager's stopping point. Alright, is that Sublight? Yeah, that's Sublight. Oh, there's the elevator. No shit. I did not realize there was a legitimate working elevator here. I thought it was only the stairs and the ladder. Well, that's exciting. Is there anything up here? There is. Look at that. We should also probably put our doctor's orders pistol away, but we'll wait. Is there anything or anyone else around monitoring? No? Well, hell, in that case. Oh, you got the purple drank. I hoard that. Why? Because it's purple and it's got a cool freaking glass, man. Like, you sell something like that in a bottle that's shaped to... Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. Actually, I did a screenshot of it the other day. Look at that. Look at the shape of that bottle. You can't tell me that if someone made a liquor bottle that looked like that people wouldn't buy that and put that out as a showpiece, as a conversation starter. Like, that's one of those bottles, like, you pour the drinks and you leave it out, right? You're not putting that back in the counter where nobody can see it. You want to show off how classy and clean of a bottle that looks like. And then it's purple, so it's, you know, Legion colors. Got to support the colors. But... yeah, so I hoard the shit out of that because that is such a classy looking bottle. That's one that you're proud that the liquor you're serving your guests came out of this bottle. And people are like, man, look at the design. I'm like, I know, right? I think we're getting up to the point where we're beginning to reach the highest levels of items that occur naturally. I'll have to see, because I know Spacer's Choice Edition is supposed to increase the level. I just don't know by how much. So, I don't know what the cap of the level is anymore. My daughter was showing me her new outfit. What if I robbed you, though? Not only am I gonna rob you, but I'm gonna take the stuff in front of you and you're not gonna notice. It's gonna be pretty fantastic. So, my daughter has started changing her look. And she has started going with this, like, cutesy, conservative, like, jeans, nice, cute leather brown boots. She's using, like, earthy tones. She's doing the nice little button-up stuff now for her shirts. It's really cool to see her choose to start growing into her own signature style, her own signature look. And it be something that's so clean, you know?
Is that what my thoughts sound like? Law, I've been
Yeah.
standing near that alarm too long. You looking for supplies, stranger? Let's stock up here. If you run low on bullets out in Gorgon's far reaches, there ain't no one round here liable to help you out. Let me know if you're looking for something particular.
Are you taking requests? Because if you're taking requests, I've got some. No, okay. So let's go ahead
Found
and
a
just do the
pickaxe in the
trade.
mine like none I've ever seen before. Could be awful useful if you're the violent type.
Well, now that you mention it, homie. The original brand name was Auto Fortunato. I don't know how to pronounce that. It doesn't look like it does anything special though. It's just a specially named one, I guess. What do you got? Shock and plasma. I don't want shock and plasma. What are we sitting at? 20? No. That is entirely too low. You really don't have much, homie. You made it sound like you had things. You lie. You lie like a dog. Alright. Repair that. Sell, sell, sell. And keep doctor's orders. No, because we're not using allies. I'm not using that because that ashes everybody, and I don't want to ash anybody. I think I'm going to get rid of that. Finally. Don't need that. We're not using Spacer's Choice. Not running heavies. Ooh, that's kind of a cool looking piece, though. No, don't give in. Don't give in. Don't do it. Tech skills. Okay, about defense skills. We'll keep that just because it looks cool. What is that? El Defo. What is that? Oh, my daughter was showing me her book called El Defo. It's about a deaf child. That's pretty cool. Alright, let's see here. I want to see what it looks like, because that looks like it's got some purple in it. Okay. I'm not the only one, right? Like, that looks like it's got purple on the shoulder and the icon there. And it's got purple in the neck. But I'm clearly not seeing any purple. What about the mask? The mask at least has the purple lenses. That's kind of cool too. I might keep those just simply because they're unique. Strange. Girls are going with Lady Pixie out to breakfast with their grandmother. All right. Let's go, let's go. There's that place. But what other loot do you have for me? I was actually kind of surprised. My my oldest daughter that's living with me is in 5th grade. And she took her, they had a reading day where they got to bring their own books from school. Does doing this, I remember this, I just don't, or does anything. 9,508 bits. That's a lot of damn bits, man.
This unit reminds you that death is a prison without doors.
But she was doing the, still can't reach those, huh? Can't actually get to, oh. But yeah, so she went to school the other day and she was brought her a book that she could read. Kind of surprised the teachers didn't say anything to her because the book she chose to bring with her was beyond her. It's not the normal typical age range for that book. She decided to bring All Quiet on the Western Front. I was quite impressed. It was like it's a pretty big novel for a 5th grader. I think I was in 6th grade when I first read that book. That book is such a phenomenal book. If you guys have not read that, totally do it.
Come here.
Now, I know it's classified as fiction,
Don't want to chat?
but if you
Fine. You're on my list now, bub.
if you look at the background of that book, All Quiet on the Western Front. So it's a book about World War I from an enlisted German soldier's perspective. And it starts out with him and his classmates in school graduating. That's the time period it starts in. Now, it says it's fiction. Now, the reason why it says it's fiction is because everything in the book is true. Even the names are real. The only thing that's not is the main character. The main character, everything that happens to the main character, except for the very ending of it, is true. That all happened to the author. The author just changed his name so that he wasn't writing about himself. It was a fictitious character that went through it all, kind of like as a way of coping with shit. And then the other thing is that the ending of the character, the ending of the book, is symbolic. But because of those two things, it makes the entire work a work of fiction, even though everything else in the entire book is real.
All right,
I always thought that was
time.
wild.
Look at my eyes for as long as you can without blinking. Starting
Why?
now.
No.
Want to run that by me again?
Yeah. I said no.
Feisty one. Well, fuck you too. You're cleared to go downstairs. That was a sanity check. If you had changed like the others, it'd be in your eyes. You'd also be drooling, cursing, and making a mess of the place.
You said changed, homie. Are we talking like people are turning into monsters and shit, or people are just going insane?
Every day, salvagers and scrappers set out to comb the ruins and make their fortune. The ones who come back, they aren't always the same men or women who left. They change. Never for the better.
What happens when people change?
First, they get real twitchy and paranoid,
Okay.
shouting at folks who aren't there. Then they smell like they soiled themselves, on account of how they soiled themselves. After that, they're gone. Nothing but animals wearing human skin. Seen it happen myself. It's never pretty.
Okay, so it's a deterioration of the mind back to a primal state. That's what it is. Okay, well, there's a number of things that cause that. And I'm pretty sure that cannibalism is at the top of that fucking list. But hey, that's like, that's like even further down the list than cannibalism. Because cannibalism, it does affect the human brain. It does alter it and change it on a physical level. Chemically as well. but it doesn't deteriorate to that point. That's more of like, it's almost like syphilis. It's almost like syphilis going untreated. It does that at its extreme end stage. Al Capone, the gangster, you know, the public enemy #1 from the Prohibition era, the dude that they literally got him on tax evasion because they couldn't get him on any other fucking crime. He ended up getting diagnosed with syphilis when he entered Alcatraz prison, but at the point where they identified it, he already had it for so long, they couldn't do anything for him, and he just deteriorated. And eventually he was released from Alcatraz prison to his wife's custody because he was throwing his feces at his cellmates because his mind had deteriorated to that degree. So, that's what this is more sounding like. It's like an aggressive, like syphilis, but it makes you aggressive. Almost like a rabies. Like a rabies and syphilis combination is what this sounds like.
This is the Sprat Shack, the most remote watering hole in the system. Rule number 1, no fighting. Rule number 2, wipe your feet on the way downstairs. We're the only hospitable place on this rock. I want to keep it that way. That's why we have rule number 3. When people change, they stay outside, where they belong.
Okay, let's go then.
If you're heading downstairs, order something sweet.
Then it's kind of wild that they only have you by yourself, and you think that the strong security position's from a seated position. That's like the worst position to do security from, homie. Like, stand when people come in, so that way you can at least respond and react according to however they're going to choose to engage you. Don't ever do security from a seated position. You're setting yourself up for failure if anyone wants to test you. Like, you will lose that fight. Definitively.
Are you my agent on the ground?
Sorry?
I've been sent to meet a certain someone about a certain piece of merchandise. They're supposed to use a secret code phrase.
Can't help it. I'm just here to drink.
That is the code phrase. It is you. Really? Your code phrase in a bar? Your super secret code phrase was, I'm just here to drink? Do you know how many people are going to say that naturally? Like, come on. At least pretend. No, it's another plasma carbine. I don't like using the plasma because it ashes the enemies. And in some of the areas, it's really hard to see the ash to be able to loot it. And, again, mantisaurs are immune to plasma. Guess we can't open that door. Nope, too many people visible.
Did you bring the payment?
Okay. Nope, we need to talk to this person first.
Welcome to the Sprat Shack. First one's on the house, and I won't even water it down. What'll it be? Bottoms up. I assume you're here for salvage.
Lie. I mean, if you're gonna give me free experience in the conversation, yeah, absolutely.
Even if I did, I ain't supposed to play favorites. Most of my regulars are sublight scavengers. They pick over the ruins of Gorgon, spend their earnings at the bar, and head back out the next day. Vicious cycle, but that's life. You're the first new face I've seen in a while.
Let's go with this one.
Lucky. Sure, I knew him. He could get a little dramatic at times, but he was a good guy. Heard he took on a dangerous job. Spent a lot of time coming and going from the Office of Creative Incubation, just down the road.
Go
The
on.
way he talked about the job, you just knew Lucky had hit pay dirt. Not that I was jealous. Around here, that sort of luck can be hazardous to your health.
Well, yeah.
Awful shame about what happened to him.
You know what happened to him? Let's see. I know about the severed arm, but the rest is a mystery.
You know about that? Huh. Word
No, it
must
was
travel
delivered
fast
to me.
around
That's
these
the only
parts.
reason I know about it.
Last I saw of Lucky was a few days ago. I went outside for a smoke and a stroll, and I saw this wild canid dragging a bloody limb. So I kicked the canid, scared it off.
You're the one that sent it to me. Okay. Go on.
Get this, the canid was chewing on an honest-to-law human arm. Lucky's arm.
How did you know it belonged to Lucky?
I'm a bartender. Attention to detail is my middle name. Anyway, the arm was clutching a phonograph that mentioned someone named Alex Hawthorne. I did some poking around, and this Hawthorne has a reputation among the salvagers who frequent the bar. So I packaged up the arm nice and tidy and sent it care of the Halcyon Parcel Service. They even gave me a discount on the hazardous waste removal stamp.
So why did you send the fucking arm? Why didn't you just send the message? The message nowhere in there said to send the arm. Okay. Okay. Sure. Sure. Do you make a habit as a bartender to traumatize your patrons? I'm just... Don't answer that. Don't answer that. I don't want to know. I don't want to know. Oh! I can actually ask! Look at that! That's an option! Why bother sending the arm at all?
I figured Hawthorne would want to know what happened to his pal. Help Lucky get his affairs in order, you know. Oh, I hate to see people go with unfinished business.
The arm made it to me. I'm Hawthorne's next of kin, sort of.
No kidding. And now you're here? Colony feels smaller than you'd think some days. I'm glad I was here to see this confluence of events, you know? The stars really aligned on this one. And here I am, smack dab in the middle.
You sent somebody a severed human fucking arm in the mail by name, and you're surprised they showed up at your establishment to ask you, hey, why did you mail me a fucking arm? I don't know. I would be more concerned if somebody didn't show up to ask me why I mailed them an arm. That would be more concerning to me.
3rd floor. Once I figured he wasn't coming back to pay his tab, I left his room unlocked to air it out. You can help yourself to anything you left behind. Fair warning, I've been letting the regulars use it for a quick lie down. Just wash your hands when you're done. Trust me.
All right, what do you got?
Don't forget to close your tab when you're done.
I don't run tabs. You know, that's something I've never done. I don't like to. It's never been my style. Like, if I'm going to a place, I'm paying for everything up front right now. We're not doing this tab thing. We're not doing any of that. Ooh, what do you got? Cat's Eye Pressure Helm. Sneak attack damage 25% plus a hack of 5%. Ooh. I kind of want that. That's actually kind of cool. I'm not gonna lie, I was not expecting that to actually be that cool. Huh. That's wild. Alright, so get rid of the water. Rum and something. I still love that. That's such a cool fucking name. It's got downsides. Getting rid of that. Keep our purple drank. What do we got here? Durability, we can trash that. Corrosion rating, get rid of that. Stealth kit will keep. Spread will keep. Highlight range keep. Muzzle keep. Armor rating. Sprint speed, don't need that. Alright. What is my current sneak attack? 10%? Sneak attack 25% in 5-pack. I mean, that's hard to argue with. That genuinely is hard to argue with.
Jerome would have loved this place.
You don't look like one of the salvagers, no? Don't really seem like the type. You've got the look of someone who's traveled far to get here and whose journey is far from over.
Let's go with this bottom one because, like, if you look at her, she looks like she's tired. She sounds like she's tired, and she's reminiscing on other people that aren't present.
Not me. I'm right back where I started, and the end is almost in sight. Listen to me, being all vague and mysterious.
Which is brought on from
I don't know if you're
exhaustion.
bound for the old ruins, but in case you are, can you look into something? I'd do
Yeah.
it myself, but of course, the Marauders would eat me alive.
Are the cannibals really eating people alive? Why? I would Now, I've never eaten people before. It's not a thing that I'm into or wanting to ever do. But I would assume people flesh would probably act the same way like deer, right? Because like deer, you don't want to kill them when they're scared because it releases chemicals into their muscle and their tissues that change the flavor and texture and make it tougher, right? You want to do it while they're calm. Most animals you want to kill when they're calm because then it keeps the meat the way that you want it, so it's nice and juicy and flavorful and nice and soft and not tough, right? I would assume people would be the same way, so why are they eating them when they're alive? Kill them first, right? And then do your cannibal thing? I mean, that would make sense to me if you're going to do it that way. Because that's how animals work. So, logic would stand to reason.
Looking for something out there. Been paying Sublight to help me, but they haven't made much progress.
Well, it's Sublight. What did you expect? Yeah, let's go with that one.
Well put. My husband and I worked on Gorgon during the good times. Jerome was on maintenance duty. I cleaned out test tubes till they sparkled.
Okay, where's Jerome now?
Nowhere good, that's for sure. In his final hours, Gorgon was a war zone. Violence broke out in the labs. The hills were full of marauders. You couldn't take a leisurely stroll without an armed escort. When the order came through to evacuate, non-essential personnel drew a lottery to see who would board the first wave of ships. Jerome won. I lost. As soon as I wasn't looking, Jerome switched our tickets and pushed me to the front of the line. I got to leave. Jerome stayed behind. I never saw him again.
Marauders were swarming the hills in its final days, and it was a... There we go, right there on the right. It was a war zone. Violence broke out in the labs, and the hills were full of marauders. Now, marauders are people who have turned to cannibalism and banditry. And this is an asteroid. This is an asteroid. Everybody on the asteroid works for a corporation. Whether it's Spacer's Choice because this is a Spacer's Choice facility, or Sublight because they're always doing shady shit everywhere. Or UDL, which is the board, because their presence is security for everyone. So, everyone's corporate. So where did the Marauders come from? This isn't a planet. This is an asteroid. How many employees did you bring in that left the company and decided on an asteroid to be cannibals? Because that doesn't sound like something that was accidental. That sounds like something that was deliberate. That almost sounds like you shipped in Marauders, or you were experimenting on people that became Marauders, and the Marauders were let out or escaped. Especially if the hills were full. That's a lot of fucking Marauders. That's not like 5 or 6 dudes. That's a lot for you to say the hills are full. So that is no matter what, no matter how you logic that away, no matter what happened there, the fact is that's not an accident. That's deliberate. That's malicious. That's intent. Somebody set that up to be that way. But then again, we've seen Spacer's Choice do this before, right? Look at Edgewater, the geothermal plant. What did they do when they were closing that facility down? They activated the security robots and said, kill everybody. That was how they shut down a facility. So maybe that Spacer's Choice did the same thing here, where they shipped in Marauders and were just like, fuck it, we're closing this down. Release the Marauders. Cut costs, right? Less people, less equipment. You got to ship out of the area. So then it's easier to just be like, it's abandoned, and those who knew about it are dead. Listening to Carol LaBelle's instrumental, and somehow fries were sung about. I'm just saying, Ding Fries Are Done is the song. By the way, if you guys haven't heard Ding Fries Are Done, let me know. We'll put it on at some point. But yeah, so like this is a deliberate. The Marauders here are deliberate. That's not unintentional or accidental.
You're a quick study. This place is greedy. It took my Jerome, and it would have taken me too. I just want one thing back. His old hip flask. I gave it to him the day we signed our marriage contract, and he carried it wherever he went. I know it's still here.
I'll keep an eye out.
You'd really do that for me?
I'll keep an eye out. That's all I said.
And I'll bet you're worth 10 of those Sublight sprats. I don't have much, but if you help me, there's a little set aside for the occasion. Jerome used to drink with his buddies in a small kitchen opposite the maintenance shed. Might be a good place to check first.
All right. Yeah, I didn't promise I'd find anything. I said I'd keep an eye out, which, I mean... Someone's being shady.
Hey! What do you think you're doing?
Let's go with Persuade.
I don't want any trouble out of you.
Who looked at... Oh, there was people behind me. Oh, my bad. I wasn't paying attention. I deserve that.
Huh, who's this now? Wonder if they could... Nah, who am I kidding?
Oh, man. What do you got for me? Roscoe! Actually, that's a cool name. Tell me more,
shit,
Roscoe.
A fresh face. Haven't seen your like in years. Don't know what brought you to the most dangerous corner of this solar system, pal, but you're welcome here. Oh, you talked to Lex yet? She tell you to keep it civil? You wouldn't guess to talk to her, but that lady's got a mean left hook.
You know, I've been to a lot of places in the base. Like, I beat the base game when that first came out a few times over. I've never seen the ending of this DLC. Because they had that game-breaking glitch in it. So I have no idea how any of these things turn out. And I've only played this kind of once. And it was almost 4 years ago. So I don't remember, like, anything about this one. But as far as dangerous places, I don't remember this place being all that dangerous. I just remember it having high fucking skill checks. The dangerous place is the retirement. Early retirement? Man, that's... that place was fucking rough. We'll get there for those who haven't seen it. We'll make sure to show everybody, but... God damn, that place was rough.
She tell you I was a journalist back in Byzantium? Got into reporting thinking I was gonna be some sort of public intellectual. What a joke. Spent 95% of my time playing stenographer to the board, and the rest writing puff pieces on the chairman's latest beard trim. Real life and death shit.
Listen, homie, if you're gonna get into reporting and you actually want to be a good journalist, right? People get so caught up on, well, we're gonna bring the truth forward. It's like that's not good journalism. You want to know what good journalism? Look at World War II, 1940s, 1950s. Hell, everything up to that point, right? Reporting, yes, it was truthful, but the other thing it was tasteful. For example, for the American audience, we had Franklin Delano Roosevelt, president that was in a wheelchair from polio. You know what they never did? They never published any photos of him in a wheelchair because we wanted to respect the fact that he did not want to be perceived that way. And that was his choice. And we respected it. We wanted him to appear strong because he represented us. You know, were there pictures of him in a wheelchair? Yeah. Did people know that he was in a wheelchair? Absolutely. But they didn't put it in the fucking media because it was sensationalizing him for the wrong reasons, not for his accomplishments, right? Not for things that he could control. Same with you look at like the royal family, right? When not Charles. Is it Charles? It's Prince Harry's older brother, the one that's actually next in line. When he got married and he went out on his honeymoon, or actually during Harry's time in the military, like, the media was all about sensationalizing lewd photos of their partners. And it was just like, but why? What did that accomplish? Nothing. Just because you can doesn't mean you should. You need to do tasteful things that actually make a difference for your society in a positive manner, but you also need to understand the impacts and side effects and downsides of whatever you're about to publish on your society and your community. Like, and that's the part that is often left out, right? They think, media reporters think, because I've met quite a few and I've actually gotten in trouble because one motherfucker decided to make it sound like they were talking to me in a place they were not talking to me at, which that was a fun time because I was in the military and that was a security clearance risk at that point because of the way they wrote their article. So fuck them. But you need to tell the truth, but you also need to be aware of the consequences of that truth. You don't scare the general public, and you don't force the general public to have biases that are not true or that are exaggerated. You report the truth and that is it, and you are very conscious about what truth you're reporting. For example, there is probably a threat to every single nation in the world 5 or 6 times a day, and their governments just fucking handle it and don't report on it. Why? Because you don't want to scare the general public for no reason. Well, they should know, and you're right, they should know after it's resolved. You know, you don't want them to freak out about something they can't do anything about. Things to keep in mind, like, be tactful.
If you're going back out there, do you think you'd be willing to do an old bastard a small favor?
Helping out old bastards is 80% of my job. Fuck yes. Hell yeah, bro.
Well,
I got
I've been
you.
trying to get away from this rock for 5 lobby-fucked years, but I can't stay gone.
Motioning's kind of a dick move. Let's go with why is
Told
that?
you I was a journalist, right?
Yeah,
I was
yeah,
here
yeah.
on a story back when Project Gorgon was active.
Okay.
I was doing an interview series for Spacer's Choice. Recorded them all on these little portable phonographs.
Okay.
But when everything fell to shit, Spacer's Choice wouldn't let me leave. Terms of my reporting contract unmet, they said.
Per your perception, you hid them, and now you need me to get them. Cover it. You wouldn't come back out here for a puff piece. You discovered something. You recorded on it. They found out you recorded on it, and they don't want it getting out, and that's why they buried it. And you keep coming back because you think it'll make your career, which it might. Project Gorgon shut down, so you're not impacting anybody's jobs. The only people that would currently be impacted by it would be the executive level people. Because, as we're seeing, not all of the employees, the majority of the employees made it off. Like, most of the employees stayed here and died, or are still here. So it won't affect them. Maybe. We might actually help you, homie.
Right on the money. Look at me. I'm no fighter. I've never even touched a gun. But you're just the right amount of rough around the edges. Help me get my recordings back so I can finally get the hell out of here.
I've never even touched it. Listen, Holmes. You may not have touched a gun, but you are far more dangerous than anyone who has. There's a saying. A single photograph can make or break a war. Example, World War II. Americans, successful. Why? A lot of people attribute it to the raising the flag of Iwo Jima because that photo was taken, right? With all the Marines planting the flag and raising it up, which is the second raising, by the way, not the first. The second one is the one that's photographed and that's famous that we got statues of. What happened? That rallied the world, and we won. We go to Korea. Not Korea, Vietnam. And there's that image of the South Vietnamese officer executing the Viet Cong guy in the middle of the street with a pistol to his head. That single photograph was that final nail in the coffin that turned the tide against the Americans. And Americans, from civilian perspectives who don't understand what the conflict was over, and anybody else who has not actually studied why we went to that war, we are perceived to have lost the war. And it's that single photo. That's the one that everyone remembers. So, media has greater impact than a single person carrying a gun will ever have. Because the media will inform the people of the general population of how they should perceive this event and how they should remember this event. So, you, sir, are far more dangerous than this guy. I might stack bodies for a living, but you, sir, form generations of opinions.
No shit? That's downright civilized of you. All right. One of them I stash in the Office of Creative Incubation, in the projector room on the 3rd floor. I gave another to my friend Birdie to keep in her apartment, just outside OCI's upper entrance. You'll find another in the chem lab. It's in the main lab storage room. The final one is in human inquiry and auditing. It's tucked behind a pipe in observation room B.
No promises, but I'll... we'll say got it, I'll be back. Because that doesn't make a commitment that I'm going to bring you anything or tell you anything. That just says that I'm going to come back to you. We'll do that.
Strength to your sword arm, friend. And thank you.
Strength to your sword arm. That would be an amazing saying if we were just a pure melee force, which if we were a pure melee force, I would question how we're traveling the universe and the stars. But, seeing as We clearly have guns. That's just a dated saying that you need to update, homie.
Get with the times.
Like my work made a difference. Then the bosses, in their infinite wisdom,
Man,
took
how
a
do we
good
get up
thing
there?
and rubbed their stink all over it.
There it is.
You don't have to talk at this.
Pickup overheat, so that's a special one. Grab those. Ooh, a barred door. That one's not acknowledging anything. Is that door open?
What have you got there?
Nope.
Adrena time, I think. Found some in an old busted crate.
You're just gonna take some drug you found?
Someone's in here. Hold on. It's coming back up again.
They didn't actually add the animation for it. That's kind of surprising. Other games add it. In fact, we were playing, what was that, Assassin's Creed Origins, Assassin's Creed Odyssey, and Assassin's Creed Valhalla. All three of them, as a matter of fact. They actually had, like, where if you watched the guards, they would, like, throw up in the bushes. They would wander off out of their patrol areas, isolated, and throw up in the bushes, or take leaks from while they're on patrol. Like, they actually had the full-blown animations for all of that. And I'm pretty sure Origins and Odyssey at minimum are older than this game. Smaller studio than Ubisoft, so that's fair too. Less funding. That tracks. Spacer's Choice may have left in a hurry, but they didn't forget to lock the doors on the way out. Most of the facilities are sealed up tighter than a top runger's safe. I don't know what a runger is. Time to do some digging. Day 6. Caught a break. Met a scavenger who claims to be a salesman from Spacer's Choice. Sold me a quote-unquote key to the Office of Creative Incubation. Let's just say that this guy's about as lucid as a sprat in Rizzo's factory, but I'm spending Minnie's bits, so I can afford to take the chance. Day 7. It worked. Clarence, mostly, whoever you are, I'm drinking to you tonight. Day 10. Olivia Ambrose's office and journal ought to be in the Synthesis and Manufactory Center. The bad news is it's sealed up and at the ass end of the canyon. The good news is I should be able to open it from the Bigwig's admin terminal in the OCI. Day 13. OCI is crawling with marauders. I've got a few other leads to chase down. Could be nothing, but my gut tells me that there's more to this place than a missing journal. Time to turn over a few rocks and see what crawls out. I'm leaving the OCI key in the safe. The combo was 4815. Raj and nobody else. We just picked up an eyeball, which means retinal scanning. That's the key. It's a retinal scan. And you preserved the eyeball?
So, how you feeling?
Okay. It's not my first eye I've had to deal with. The idea of dealing with an eye. Yeah. The idea of dealing with another eye, though, like... No. That's not a... I don't care for the way that the texture
You're a
and...
humbug, Trixie.
Nope.
And worse, a thief.
I can't steal what's lawfully mine, you tangle-footed dimwit.
Break it up, you two. I've heard more than enough of your shit for one.
That was my salvage, Trixie. You had no right to it then, and you've no right to it now.
All right, what's going on?
A disagreement between professionals. None of your
Professionals
business.
don't get into screaming
I risked my
matches
life sneaking around
in
Marauders
public.
to claim that wreck. And I didn't see your name on it.
Now you've done it. Eat fist.
All right, that's enough. This is a family establishment. You want to
Family.
make a mess? You make it outside.
But this was personal, Lex. It's a question of salvage. That wreck was gonna make me a fortune.
Business is personal to them, so that's not a relevant thing because they're all sublight. Nod to Lex. You got a lot of tavern squabbers around here.
It's the same fight every day. 5 years we've been at this, and we still can't agree on how to properly tag salvage. Now you two listen, this is my place. While you're in the Sprat Shack, you'll sit quietly, or I'll forbid you to come here at all. Is that understood?
Fair's fair. I'll have a stout, and we'll settle this later on our own terms.
It's no good to leave a fight unresolved. If I don't do something, these two are gonna be at each other's throats.
Let's go with this one. Let's intervene and let's see what we can do with it.
You do that for me?
Yeah.
I appreciate it all the same. You'll be paid for your time and expertise, of course. Freddy, Trixie, go on and make your case to the generous stranger.
I'll start, seeing as I'm the one who's been most wronged in this equation.
Okay, go on.
So, just up the road and due east of here, there's a shipwreck lodged in the mountainside, right? I staked my claim on that wreck. Then I wandered in for a drink. An hour later, Trixie swaggers in bragging about her salvage. Ugh, the nerve of some people.
Okay, how did you mark the claim?
I climbed on top of it and called out in my loudest voice, "Finders keepers!"
Finders keepers, and what? Let's find out if that counts. If there's a precedence for that.
I don't know about legal, but it's legit by sublight standards. Assuming anyone was around to hear it, which we can't know for sure.
Someone must have heard me. They just ain't brave enough to step forward and admit it.
Okay, what's your side, Trixie?
When I found the shipwreck, there were no salvage mark. See, the whole area was teeming with bloodthirsty marauders. So I snuck around and added my tag, clear as day, so no drunken idiots could claim the salvage out from under me, Freddy.
For the record, when I heard the marauders coming, I left. Trixie must have set her mark down after me.
You had your chance to talk.
Sorry, I won't speak out of turn again.
Anyway, that's my story, sir.
But how did you mark it?
I drew an X in the dirt, with my toe.
So one marked their salvage by screaming "Finders keepers," and the other marked their salvage by making an X in the dirt with the toe. Okay. Well.
Wouldn't surprise me in the least, but that doesn't mean it ain't mine.
In all my years, I've never heard a more contentious argument. I don't envy your shoulders for bearing the weight of responsibility. You've heard it from them both. So, who gets the salvage?
Freddy claimed the salvage. It's his by law. Trixie claimed the salvage. It's hers by law. These idiots don't know how to tag, so I rule in no one's favor. This was a colossal waste of time. Let's go with this one.
That ain't no kind of fair.
He ain't even from around here, Lex.
Here's a 6-pack on the house, plus your fee. Maybe now we'll finally get some
2,000.
peace around here for a change.
Glad to be of service. See you around. Actually, does this happen often?
A little too often, if you ask me. But that's the sublight way. Anything worth doing is worth fighting over.
So then why don't you just create a universal, like... Give someone some paint. Spray paint, right? Like, mark your shit. I don't know. Take a picture of it. With a fucking timestamp, right? Something.
Come and chat if you're ever feeling thirsty.
Okay, I think we've talked to everybody. I think we are ready to go. Let's see what our options are. That one's going to take a minute. And this one is... Let's go to this one. Man, that's such a sweet location for you. If you, like, own that asteroid and then that's your house. This is such a sweet location. Alright. So it looks like we can go around here to the right. And that'll get us moving in the right area. Oh yeah, we should probably drop this off too while I'm thinking on it. I've got that iconic stuff. And I've got to upgrade my my helmet because we got that new legendary helmet that we're rocking. All right, so throw that in there, throw that in there. That one. I really just like the purple look, so we're gonna put those away. We're gonna put that one away, put that one away. Deposit that, deposit that, deposit that. We're gonna go with how many of those? 50, so 22. If I go through more than 50 health kits, there's a bigger problem. Okay. Good to go. Next. Workbench. Tinker. Here we go. $31. I don't want to spend no freaking 8,000 on that sniper rifle upgrade. I really hope we get a new rifle soon, because almost 9K for that is ridiculous. Oh no, my captions. Let's fix those. There we go. To the drinking spot. Yes, indeed. We should probably pull out our long gun. We're gonna be covering distance. Oh. Enemies respawn, apparently. Oh, come on. There we go. So yeah, enemies respawn here. They have not been respawning in the other planets. So that's a change that we got to be aware of. I'm okay with it. I am here for it. You want to keep giving me bad guys to shoot in the face and have them drop more looty loot for me? I am down. It's not like I'm hurting on ammo. That's a camp. That's not a marauder camp, surely. The ghosts? Is that what the marauders are calling themselves? The ghosts? Maybe. Then that would make these a different type of marauder entirely if they've got a name. Because the other marauder groups aren't naming themselves. Okay. Not seeing anything. Oh. I just saw that pop up. There it is. Ooh. Oh, you're gonna screw with the hitbox. There it is. What else? Who else we got? Okay, I think we're clear for at least being able to loot. Okay, what else do we got in here? Pick up the light ammo. Check the bin. Okay. Time to go investigate the kills and see where the rest of their friends are. 'Cause there's no way that's all of them. How did you see me? That's what I want to know. Like, when we came out, which we've already been out this far before, when we tagged the dude in the bar, and then all of a sudden we got detected immediately. Delayed reaction, maybe? Maybe like he found a body and then he just happened to look over to us right as he found the body, so he was on already high alert. Maybe that happened. Marauder Berserker. Marauder Berserker. Mag pick, ammo. Bin is empty. Woolly cards, sauce. Day 0, Sip just left. Law bless it for getting Lenora off this blasting rock. Elthridge called me a fool for giving her my ticket, but Elthridge is a dumbass, so what does he know? I'd do it again in a second. From now on, my only goal is survival until Spacer Choice comes back for the rest of us. L, my heart, I will find my way home to you. Day 1, some of us sheltered in the mines last night, taking turns keeping watch. I don't care to imagine what happened to the others who aren't here. I can hear the marauders screaming in the hills. Day 2, used a little adrenatine today, not much, just enough to stay alert. Lucky I did, or else we wouldn't have heard those mantisaurs, so now we know there's mantisaurs on this planet, or this asteroid. Coming in time to get the hell out of there. Going to search for a different cavern to shelter in tomorrow. Day 3, mine's not safe. Law, damn it, shouldn't have gone in there in the first place. I think we were exposed to something in the air, maybe. Day 5, most of us made it over to the apartments. We packed in here like a saltuna for now, but hopefully we can get a few more units barricaded and sealed up tight and make them safe so we can spread out a little more. Day 6, I went by Elle's in my old apartment while hunting for supplies and stashed the flask she gave me on the day we signed our marriage contract, just in case something happens and she comes looking. Maybe she'll find it. Even if she doesn't find it, well, that's if some shiftless looter doesn't find it first. Day 7, Carlson's been short with everyone today. Carlson, most days you could drop a flange wrench on her foot and that woman would apologize for being in the way. But for a minute there, I really thought she was going to stab Simon. Day 8, ambushed the marauders in the night. Had to use adrenatime again to keep awake. Sorry, Elle, I didn't have much choice. Even with the adrenatime, I almost can't believe I outlasted them. Next time, maybe best not to think about next time. Day 15, starting to think we're spaced, but can't think like that. Gonna get back to you, Lenora. I swear, I miss you like breathing. Low on adrenatime. Gonna look for more. So he's addicted at this point to adrenatime. Day 22. L. Gotta get back to L. Day 34. Elthridge stole my mock apple. That void-forsaken sprat sack. Want to unzip his arms off and beat him with them. I could do it. He sleeps. So weak. So stupid. Stupid Elthridge. He's beginning to decline. 42. Day 42. Where in the system is Spacer's Choice? Where are those blasted ships they promised they'd send for us? Did they forget we're here? Makes a man wonder. All my loyalty. And for what? Only loyal to Elle now. So even in his deteriorated state and his drug-addled state, he still remembers Lenore. Or, what is it? Lenora. Day 46. Maybe they abandoned us. It's on purpose. I know it. On purpose. They left us here to die. They left us here. T.O. die. Day 49. If Etheridge steals what's mine again, I'll end him. Day L. Yeah. Day question mark. How long does it take to send help? How long? How long? Come back here. Come back and phase us, you cowards. Spacers, cowards. Day question mark. +1. I feel sick. BCI trying to picture L's face, and I can't anymore. Forgive me, L. //-1/day. Elthridge, dead, deserved it. Day, AUYDDAL. So yeah, mental state completely gone. So this eats their brain entirely. So he's a marauder. So he's one of the dead dudes in here probably. So it's almost like a rabies-syphilis combination that's happening to them. But I wonder, is it coming from the mine or from the Adrenatime? Because those are the two different things that were mentioned there. Of course, logically, Adrenatime is everywhere in the game. And if it was the Adrenatime, but there are marauders everywhere in the game too. Yeah. And Spacer's Choice cuts corners, so you don't have to. So the other corporations are making sure their people don't have to rely on Adrenatime exclusively, which could slow down the rate of deterioration. Yep. The engraving reads, Jerome, cheers to the beginning of forever. Love, Lenora. It smells of decent whiskey, cheap cologne, and old cigarettes. See, yeah, it's the Adrenatime. I bet you anything it's the Adrenatime, because the mines aren't everywhere on all the other planets, but the Adrenatime, on the other hand, is on every planet, and there are marauders so far on every planet we've been to. So it tracks. It's got to be the Adrenatime that creates marauders. So that's a drug side effect now. And it creates that level of deterioration. Wow. Just die. Thank you. And nobody has stopped it yet. That's kind of wild to think about. Alright, what's this one?
This is my second month on Adrenatime. It's like the color came back. Like I was tuned to the wrong band all this time, and now the static's gone. I'm finally clear-headed, focused. There's so much I'm excited to do. I feel like me again. Side effects? I guess I've noticed people staring at me a lot more lately. Hard to talk to them sometimes. Feels like they don't get it. Maybe they just don't trust it. Or maybe they don't trust me.
Induces hyperparanoia. Yeah, that's not good. Anything that induces paranoia is bound to set up major problems in the future. That's one of those, like, it doesn't matter how profitable it is. If it's inducing paranoia, you're going to violently pay for that in a way that is completely illogical and irrational. That's one of those, like, just handle that, prevent that from spreading, because that'll kill you. That'll get you killed, minimum. And there's a 0% chance that something that induces paranoia doesn't end at some point in violence and loss of life. Like, that is a fact. And you never know where their paranoia is going to hyperfixate And because you don't know where their paranoia is going to hyperfixate, it's best not to take the chance, because it could very well go back to the person that created the thing that gave them the paranoia if they become self-aware. So yeah, stupidly dangerous. Don't do that. Really? Just the one? No, there's another one.
Heard something.
You did. Thank you for alerting it. I'm so glad you told me you heard something, or else I wouldn't have known you were there, homie. Thank you for volunteering. What do you volunteer for? To get shot in the face. See? Look at that. Works out. Teamwork makes the dream work, baby. All right. He wanted a mind-blowing experience, and we gave it to him. Let's go down here. I wonder if it's... no, it's Outer Worlds. They're very dystopian, and because they're dystopian, there wouldn't be a cure. It'd be a permanent effect for the Adrenatime. What is up here? Surely there's got to be a counter, though. Because I don't imagine the executives not using it. Surely they're going to use it, and they'll be fully informed. So there's got to be some sort of counter, or like a dosage or a usage level that's safe. Ah, yeah. We came in this way. Cool. Looks like there's a door over here we missed. Nothing on that one. Okay, what else? So much Adrenatime. Adrenatime's the one with the negative, right? Yeah, that's the one with the crash, the Adrena crash. Yeah, we've been selling that one since Edgewater. I still need to go get Sugar Ops armor. Keep forgetting about that. I don't care about defense skills. Melee, stealth, and sneak. Cracked exosuit. Tech skills. See, you both have that ghost icon. Is that what you guys are? You're not marauders, you're ghosts. Because like that changes things if they're doing that. If the marauders are actually doing that to themselves and naming themselves, then that's kind of important information to know as the player, because that changes their expected behavior patterns, because they're no longer behaving within those parameters. That's an anomaly, and that'll indicate other change. Again, important things to note. Always. When standard behaviors and practices start changing, there's always a catalyst, a reason for it. And then you need to rewrite everything you understand about it at that point, because of the fact that the catalyst that is enough to change a pattern of life, a standard practice on that large of a scale, i.e. the entire asteroid, has got to be something that is worth taking note of and observing and keeping an eye on, because that's going to evolve further. Once one change happens, it's like it's almost like an avalanche effect, like a domino effect, right? You topple one, then all of a sudden everything else starts following. Important things to keep track of, always. Always pay attention. I see a dead one. I don't see any living ones yet. I see that ghost banner again. Oh, there's a living one. Ooh. You're not alone. You gonna get over here, buddy? Oh, little guy, oh, little guy. Come on. There you go. There you go. There you go. Why are they called Okay, so how do you be a corporate commander wearing the yellow? Because in the description of the yellow armor, which is the Spacer Choice armor, it states quite clearly that it's for entry-level recruits. So how is a commander wearing entry-level recruit colors? Why would you make them a commander if they're new? Well, don't we do that with lieutenants? I mean, technically we do, but we assign them with somebody that is senior in the enlisted realm to teach them the do's and don'ts of leadership. It's kind of like it's almost like a Big Brother mentorship program. When it works. Problem is it only works about, I'll even say around 40%, 30% of the time. It's even less, like the further away from combat you get and the easier the training gets to get the job, the lower that percentage becomes. In the combat arms field, you're looking at at least in the special operations community, I can't say too much about Big Army, but special operations community, you're looking at about a 40% of the time where the incoming lieutenants will listen to the NCOs and actually, like the non-commissioned officers, sergeants, platoon sergeants, squad leaders, team leaders. Like 40% of the time they'll listen. The other 60% of the time it's glory hounds or people that think that their rank means something. That's that whole, they confuse their rank with everyone's willingness to beat their ass, and it's just like, don't do that. Not in that community. You will pay that price once, and it will be a price that you will never forget. But that's where you get shitty officers getting soldiers killed. It's because they think their rank somehow makes them knowing everything and experience to make all the fun little decisions. And it's worse the safer the job is, because there's no real consequences. At least in the combat arms and special operations community, like a lieutenant fucks up and gets soldiers killed, that's something you're never going to forget. And on top of that, the leadership's probably going to find a way to get an enlisted dude to put hands on you. I can guarantee you won't make that mistake twice. But like, you're in supply and you fuck up some paperwork and some enlisted dude gets in trouble, you're gonna make that mistake 5 or 6 more times because there wasn't really a consequence. At least not for the officer. And these guys are weird, painting the ghost stuff on there. It throws me off that there's that much of a pattern behavioral shift and they're not pointing it out or addressing it or acknowledging it yet. There's so much loot. Because surely Adrena time is not making them all of a sudden have a craving to eat people. I'm sure it's deteriorating the mind to a primal state, but the cannibalist thing was always a marauder choice. Not a instinct drive. It was a choice. So, does that take this choice away and force it? Is that one of the side effects? Is you just have a craving to eat your best friend's face? Somebody read the Florida man bath time news story. Is bath bomb, or is it bath salts? That's what it was, bath salts. There was a Florida dude who had some bath salts in the 2000 teens and he ended up eating someone's face. There's a big old news article. I'm sure you can still find it. Like, people are like, oh, that's how we're gonna get zombies. Bath salts. Ah! I remember that. That shit was so fun. Because the rear admiral of the CDC ended up jumping on that bandwagon of zombies and like coming out with this whole official article. This is a rear admiral. And he came up with this big ass article about how to survive and prepare for a zombie apocalypse, and then actually released it onto the CDC website. And the thing is like, if you actually look at how to prepare for a zombie apocalypse, and you look at the steps that you would need to do realistically to prepare for that, and then you compare that side by side to how to survive a major catastrophic natural disaster, they're almost fucking identical. So it was really ingenious of him to turn around and take advantage of the zombie craze during that time period to try to inform the public and get them more involved with making preparations to protect themselves in the event of natural disasters. I really thought that was super creative. And unexpected too, from a rear admiral. You don't expect a rear admiral to do cool shit like put out zombie articles in an official capacity. Requires HIA pass. Okay. Well, there was that one area this way that we didn't go and check. I have a feeling this place is going to be massive and confusing. Alright, so these are the apartments. But right over here was an area we didn't clear. I don't see anybody yet, but that doesn't mean much. Oh, there we are. Stop moving. Ooh, man, that was some good action for a bolt action. Bolt action rifles didn't have a hard time keeping up with target transitions like that. Just because bolt actions, you typically want to take those shots slow and carefully, just to really take advantage of all of that accuracy they provide. Kind of surprised it alerted everybody immediately like that. All right, so let's wrap around here. Security checkpoint key card. So there's a key card that we're gonna be picking up somewhere, and dealer's stash key card. Okay. So is there a stash somewhere around here? There's gotta be, right? Or else why would they put the key there? What do we got here? Another elevator. Interesting. Okay. Gorgon security checkpoint key card. Okay, so this one doesn't require a key card. This one's just, we got a new assault rifle. I just saw that. It's fantastic, but I want a new sniper rifle. Because the sniper rifle's the thing I'm having. Was that another legendary weapon? Contraband. Do you know corporate officers that can seize property by assisting? It's been used in a crime. It's not theft. It's civil asset forfeiture. Contraband. Okay. Creative. Man, this place has got a lot of levels to it. Because look, we've got that entire direction to go in. We came from that direction. We still have that direction to go into, and now that direction to go into. 3 different directions. That's insane. Alright, 1 second, folks. I'll be right back. Alright. So, before we make any decisions on what direction we're going in, let's look at the map. And probably throw this one on. Let's zoom out here. Where are we coming from? We are coming from exterior ruins, landing pad. That's the Sprat Shack. Okay, so this going back gets us back to the Sprat Shack. And this gets us to where? This feeds us out into that direction. What if we went... This way feeds into the fire, the lava pit thing. So let's go this way, right? Yeah, this way feeds into the lava pit. Security logs closed. Print new security code. Cool. We just bypassed it all. Alright, still can't take any of those posters. Not that I needed the key anymore. I already knocked through all the locks. Alright, so we have not cleared this direction. Let's see what we're going to encounter. Alright, we already see some monsters. That's exciting. What if I... Oh my goodness, you're big. I just... Reload, quick, because I think we're about to have some more friends. Oh, because you weren't over there alone. Oh my goodness, my sniper rifle is so out of date if it's not even taking you down. And I popped you at least twice. Come on. There we go. Yeah. My sniper rifle is no longer taking shit down. That's a problem. Well, it still takes the people down. Just not the beasts. Hopefully we can find a new one here soon. Get the weapon parts, the armor parts. Hopefully we can run across a workbench soon too. Be able to repair our gear. At least our sniper rifle's been taking a bit of a beating from working out. What are you selling? Plasma? I don't want it. Nobody wants no stinking plasma. See, look. The gold standard is entry-level troop protection gear. Plus to make this version. So yeah, this is the entry-level stuff. I'm kind of curious as to why they're having commanders with entry-level gear. No, because you're the level that I'm using currently. If you were a higher level. Okay, we don't need that. We don't need that. As far as I know, there's only 2 of these. Get rid of Adrenatime because it's got that negative effect. We don't do plasma. Don't care about magazine size. Don't care about weapon durability. Keep that, keep that. Keep that. Okay.
Show your boss that you are prime, because you take Adrena time.
That's a different jingle. That's not the Spacer's Choice jingle. Show your boss that you're prime time because you take Adrena time. So is it mandatory for all your peeps to take it? And everybody they got off of the planet is why there's marauders everywhere else? Is that what happened? Did you create the entire Halcyon Marauder problem single-handedly, Spacer's Choice? And they somehow kicked MSI out, but kept your dumbasses? I don't know. I think you did more damage to the entire the entirety of Halcyon than anyone else. Well, I don't know. The board's pretty bad too. The board at least is trying to like keep everybody calm about it and like not create mass hysteria and panic. They're doing some pretty awful shit for sure, and they're not fixing the problem. In fact, they created the problem. I don't know, that Marauder thing, that's pretty damn bad, because even if you look at it from a business or a scientific perspective, it doesn't matter which one. Remove the morality. Business perspective. How many of these employees were specialists in their line of work that could do their jobs better than anybody else, or had specific knowledge that nobody else had, right? And how many of them have been lost to the Marauder violence? How many facilities have been taken over or attacked by Marauders? So that's a major issue. Scientifically, okay, how many scientists no longer exist either because they've been murdered by Marauders or they've become Marauders themselves that could have genuinely provided major scientific breakthroughs? Oh, it's the dude that he bought the key from. I remember this. The entry.
Just now.
The eye.
Did you hear that?
This dude sold the eye to Lucky Montoya. Say nothing and listen.
I thought I heard a scream.
There's always screams.
Why, it's the sound of fine goods screaming out to be purchased. Pleasure to meet you, sir or ma'am. I'm Carl, and as a customer-defacing representative of Spacer's Choice, I sell only the finest. What can I get you, prospective customer? New handgun? Pack of smokes? Stab in the face?
Stab in the face. I like you. You've got spunk, good sir. What are you selling?
The finest dust-covered goods money can buy.
I like this dude. He's got spunk. Didn't he just threaten to stab you in the face? I know, right? Think about that. How many people have the nerve to do that? Pressurized injection suit? Okay, what do you do? Status effect, duration, 10%, movement speed, 10% melee, weapons attack speed, 10%, -1 to all attributes. Yeah, no, we're gonna pass on that one. Yeah, I think we're gonna pass on that one, big dog. It's fucking cool as shit, though. Dodge distance, no. Plasma, no. Not running companions. I don't need sprint time. Yeah, no, you're just about, your equipment suck, big dog. But I feel like I still need to talk to you about something.
Back again, sir? The fight.
Maybe it's something that when I come, that's story related later? It's the only thing I can think of. He's taking a lot of Adrena time. I'm not really seeing anything noteworthy that would justify fighting the dude. Yeah. We'll wait on him because maybe he'll be relevant later. Maybe he'll be someone that we have to come and deal with. I don't know. What is this direction? Ah, there's that turn. I don't want to do the turn. Alright, let's keep pushing down here. We'll go do that turn after. Because that down there is where I want to be. There's lava and shit down here, and lava and shit usually indicates that there's something story related that's relevant. Don't see nobody yet. I still would not be trusting no elevator that was made or maintained by Spacer's Choice. I don't know that I would trust any Spacer's Choice equipment, ever. I can see them on... There they are. Okay, so that's not a sniper rifle situation. That's a... situation. Ooh, interesting. What is that way? No, 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 no. That's the rest of the facility. Okay, so that's where I want to go. So we're gonna go here first. This appears to be more of a dead end. Go. 3 sprats and a level up. I don't see anything else. So let's go check the building next to us and see what they got over there. See if there's anything of note. Bin. Garbage processing log, day 1. First day on the new job, I can't believe this. What a joy to be here. What a sudden, complete surprise to be promoted to head garbaging processing officer. It'd be nice if there were another officer here to teach me the job, but I guess he fell into the feed chute last week. I have made a note not to do this. Okay. Day 2, I'm starting by reading all available notation regarding the trash compactor. Spacer's Choice believes that I, a humble chemist, am suited for such lofty work, then I will do my best to succeed at it. Unfortunately, operating manual for the compactor is covered in blood stains, which does make it difficult to understand. Day 3, compactor was making weird noises. Today I thought it was a problem with the compression chamber, so I spent most of the afternoon troubleshooting. But the manual turns out a sprat had gotten into the hopper. Day 5, the emergency stop does not work. Day 8, my arms are killing me and my back, and let's see, yep, my shoulders. Most of me aches. I thought this was supposed to get easier. I guess I'm not used to physical labor yet. I'm seriously considering microdosing Adrenatime, maybe once they've gotten a few more of the kinks sorted out, assuming the idiots over at Chem Lab have stopped bickering long enough to do their jobs. Day 19, what am I even doing here? I'm a chemist for law's sake. I don't know how any of this works. I'm surprised I have both arms left. Not that anyone ever comes by the shack to notice. Day 33, I don't know why I'm bothering with the log. No one's going to read it. Ha! Little do you know, good sir. No one's going to read it. No one has any intention of reading it. It's pen and paper. I know, and we're reading it. See? They could at least pretend to give a flying fish sticks and give me a data log. This is sprat shit. Day 52. Today I compacted a marauder's corpse into a tiny cube of meat just to see what it would look like. I should have felt disgusted, but when I looked at the end result, I didn't feel anything. I didn't feel a thing. Day 76. Is there something I'm meant to do to maintain this machine? Maybe oil or something? Day 100. What a milestone! Day 101. Made a game out of lobbing Spratch in the compactor's hopper. Gave myself extra points for the live ones. What have I become? Day 140. I wonder what it would look like to run a mantis swarm through the feed chute. What would it look like all crushed down in the tiny cube? Day 183, got a message from the mine to come out and clean up some kind of cargo rail incident. Had to trek all the way there just to tell them I don't deal with fluids, morons. Day 211. Here's me at my lowest. I'm picking out the most hazardous trash I can find and saving it up to do something nasty to Clarence's place. Need to figure out which room is his. Day 231. What have I just done? Law, that would hurt. Imagine how slowly and painful it would crush my body down into juice and meat and shreds and bone. What if I just dove in there? Wow, like your job is beginning to suck, homie. Day 269. The mine crew is still after me to clean up their little accident, which that was what, 269? They asked that for 183? Okay, so almost 100 days later. Almost. Like, I'm not up to my ears in garbage out here. Bodily fluids are outside of my wheelhouse. Any bodily fluids from compressing organic material are just incidental. Day 275. I'm done with this log. I'm done with everything. Maybe I'll let the garbage pile up forever. Maybe it'll pile up so high it'll spill out across the canyon and drown everything and everyone. I can only hope. Well, that's unfortunate. But I mean, like you said, you are a chemist, so what the hell are you doing out here? He was so excited too when he first started. Shame you can watch that, like, start breaking him. The isolation. Guess we can't shoot that scrap. Of course, like, if nobody's checking on you, then Wilderness Ops helmet. Really? If nobody's checking on you, then how are you getting your supplies, big dog? Because you're not leaving very frequently. You complained about leaving, and how's the trash getting to you?
Tell me about the production of Adrenatime, Dr. Ambrose. I hear Compound X is a unique challenge to work with. It's temperamental. It must be refined under tightly controlled circumstances at tremendously low temperatures. Do you compound it with anything else? Tell me more about your refining process. Our audience is conversant in the sciences, very detail-oriented, so don't be afraid to get technical. Last time I met you, you spoke like a groundbreaker bilge sprat. Why the sudden airs, and such specific questions? Does your minder know what you're up to? Does he suspect you're a spy? Pardon me.
Ooh. See, that was a change. So she pointed out the change in articulation. She went from talking like a common uneducated individual to all of a sudden she's got fancy verbiage and she's asking very specific, detailed questions which don't line up with her standard normal verbiage. It's an important thing to notice. Let's see here. Ah. Ooh, man. We're gonna have to get some upgrading done on these weapons, like on a serious note. Because we are just not putting the damage out that we need to be putting out. Okay, I don't see anything else yet. As far as threats. Certainly sounds like there's some more threats around though. Ah! We found the chem lab. Nice. Can we access it? No, it's sealed. And we're not seeing anything there. If your entire guard force is having to use narcotics just to be functional enough to do a patrol or to stand at a guard post, you're doing something wrong. And you're totally screwed if you ever need to rely on them for anything. You can get away with using narcotics on an assault force. Like, if you need them to assault something and be super aggressive and unhesitant and overly brutal for shock value, there's absolutely ways to do it, and we have done it throughout history, like humans have done it throughout history. Number 4, does that mean there's more than one? 4 or 4. So there's 3 more. The exhilarating adventures. Nope, we're not reading that because that's like starting a book at the end. We are not doing that. The Bernie Sharp data pad. This has got to be some new ones. Okay. But yeah, so in Assault Force, we've used, like, people have used narcotics on military assault forces before. They did it to us in, they did it in Afghanistan where, like, for example, Battle of One Knot. I don't know how many people here are going to know that battle, but the Battle of One Knot, over 200 insurgents attacked U.S. forces. There was roughly 32 U.S. forces at this single location. Plus, they had additional Afghan National Army complements. And after the battle was done and said, 9 were killed, 27 were wounded on the American side. And the enemy, the Taliban side, nearly 200 were killed. And the entire battlefield was strewn with syringes. And it was just like, that was how they got those 200 insurgents to be brave enough to fight the Americans in that particular battle. Because the battlefield was just strewn with syringes that was used by the combatants that attacked the American installation. And it's just like, there's that. And then you got Germans during World War II, right? They were being literally given actual meth to conquer Europe. So, like, forces have used narcotics throughout time as part of your assault force, which that works because your assault force just needs to do one task for a very short, brief moment. And that's it. You don't need them to be functional afterwards. You don't need them to be functional long term. You just need them to be ultra violent right now. Ultra violent and hyper fixated. So it works in controlled environments like that, or controlled settings. Will you stop playing fucking Ring Around the Rosie, dude, and just fight me? There we go. Jesus, how many... I don't understand. I took 3 of those fucking things and it still killed me? How? There was literally no one left alive. How did that kill me? What in the actual fuck? I literally overhealed on purpose. No one was actively killing me. All enemy combatants were dead. So we gotta do all that shit again? Fucking frustrating. Why give us health that pisses me off. I shouldn't die while triple healing with no break in between out of combat. That should not... I should not die from that. Nobody should die from that. I get it if it's in combat and I'm being hit from multiple sources and yada yada yada. That makes sense. Fine, fuck it, whatever. But triple healing outside of combat should not kill me still. But you see, what happened was... No, the fuck it wasn't. Because if you look at acid, corrosion, if you actually read what it does, it destroys armor. It doesn't actually do a DOT. It just destroys fucking armor. So why is it killing me? Oh, god damn it. There, we just won't be hit. How's that sound? Okay, so let's try that again, shall we? Fucking kill me on a triple heal. Alright, so what's so special about this area that you had it so densely guarded? So the water kills you as well. Good to know. Man, I really don't want my peeps wearing Spacer's Choice gear, but it genuinely looks like it's actually pretty good, sadly. Beginning to think these water pools are what killed me, in combination with. Okay, now I'm not as mad about that. What I am mad about, though, is like this is clearly not... Okay, so like this hurts, right? But I'm clearly still standing in the water, and this water's not hurting. So there's not a consistency with the water. Okay. Suffering too many corrosive burns have made you weak against corrosive damage. Corrosive damage received by 25%, but you can get a perk point. Go fuck yourself. Okay, so the poison on the ground is not a consistent, like, it's gonna always do damage to you. Sometimes it does damage, sometimes it doesn't. So fucking frustrating. There's Herbert. Herbert. That's all? Nothing special, Herbert? Why do you have a name if you didn't have unique loot, big dog? Nothing that way. So there's legitimately just nothing over here? Weird. Not gonna lie. I kind of expected there to be at least something, given how densely packed everything was in here. But no. Okay. Sure. Sure. We're cool with that. Let's see what else can we find, though. I think we just gotta get out of here now. I think we've got everything in the fire area.
We can officially say it's clear.
Thanks, that goes up there. We cleared you. I didn't clear you, though. We came from that one. That's the dump. Okay. So now we can actually go this way. Is this gonna get us to the same location? Just one's on the bridge and one's not? So this will still work on the little ones. I can see a dude from here. Surely that's not it. Gotta be more than just two dudes. There's number 3. I still think there's more. Alright, switch to the assault rifle. And you didn't see me? Like, I was standing, homie. Where are we? Ooh, you lucky. Oh, got you. There we go, clear. Heavy armor, weapon parts, more ammo, more ammo, more ammo. Like, I am seriously getting more ammo than I have the spacious choice, and that gives you women consider. When life gives you lemons, consider it a free trial from your friends at Spacer Choice. To request, please, Lawrence Goodfellow, and Office of Creative Incubation. So we still got to go to the the OCI, no matter what, to get it anywhere, it looks like. But at least, whatever this place is, we're getting the... Because surely there's a fast travel point that we just unlocked, right? Yeah, okay. So we are getting fast travel points knocked out. Good. I am okay with that. So that way, whenever we do find the right place and it sends us other locations, we just fast travel on the map, save time, it'll work out. Do marauders eat each other? Like when they run out of civilians and scientists and corporate guards to eat, do they just start munching on each other? And how do they decide? Is it like a lottery? Or they're just like, ah, you're the new guy, you have the least value because you have the least experience. You get to be dinner tonight. I have a feeling you'd have a hard time convincing people to stay with your organization. If that's what you ended up doing. Let's see here, map. Interesting. I kind of want to go this way. Let's see here. Okay, so there is that, which is next to the store, dude. Oh, I see you, you big bitch. Oh, shit. Oh, come on. Fucking heal. Jesus. How many of these fucking healings do I need to do? Like, sincerely. How are they doing more damage than I can fucking heal? I don't understand that. There's not a way to get rid of the acid damage. There's not a way to get rid of any ill combat effects, but you're not going to let me heal enough to where it fucking makes a difference. I've not run into this problem anywhere else in the game. Why is it exclusively here that the corrosion damage just isn't a guaranteed you're gonna die, and there's absolutely jack all that you can fucking do about it? Because I know damn well it wasn't me standing in the water. Like last time, I could have attributed that to standing in the water, but I was clearly on the road where there is no water near it. Yeah, no fucking water, and still died. Like, why? What the fuck is the point of putting a damage in there that you can't do anything about? God fucking damn it! Nope, that's it. That's game. You just killed me again. I am gonna... As soon as it hits me, I can't do anything about it. You can't get rid of it. You can't fucking heal fast enough to get through it. So, I guess we're just not gonna fucking go and explore that area. Either that or I'm gonna have to leave and go somewhere else. I literally cannot kill those things fast enough to avoid taking the combat effect, and the combat effect is a guaranteed killer. Like, there's absolutely nothing I can do to stop that from killing me. And, like, I'm not underpowered for what I'm doing. It's not like there's level locking areas. It's not one of those types of games. So how the fuck am I supposed to get through this then? Skill points aren't going to do shit for my damage output. The weaponry I'm getting is still lower level and lower everything than what I can currently put out on with my stuff that I have equipped. So I'm not getting stronger equipment to do anything with. So I just gotta keep running and fighting and hope that I don't get infected enough to where it kills me instantly. And they're exploding and it's causing the combat effect, and they're coming out of the ground directly where I'm at. So it's not like it's something that I can avoid. They're literally coming out underneath me. See, and I'm dead. I can't avoid that though. What the fuck, man? How are you supposed to get through it if you can't avoid it? They spawn underneath you, which gives you the combat effect. There's no resistances to it. There's nothing to fucking remove it. You can't heal faster than it. I can't drop them faster than they can do it because they can instantly do it. So how the fuck do you get through that? I don't have any other fucking options. And there it is. I'm dead. Dude, like what in the hell, man? Good God, that plague crap, man. That almost killed me again. And I had to go through, what, 4 fucking healing things then? Again, not avoidable. Jeez. How did it... It's never allowed us to heal through it before. Why all of a sudden, after dying 4 fucking times in a row, are we able to heal through it? God damn. Can we not have any consistency in these games? Is Obsidian immune to making properly functioning video games? I don't think I've played a single Obsidian game that actually is functional. God damn. I was asked to send you a pic, so I texted to you. No rush unless you want to see. Ah, very cool. Very cool. Is it cold there? It's, for those who are curious, Lady Pixie's with our daughters, and they're at the zoo right now. It's a picture of the girls standing next to a feeding cage that a giraffe had come up to and was eating out of. But like, sincerely, have some freaking consistency. Either I can heal through the plague or I can't. And if I can't heal through it, then give me a way to turn it off so it doesn't instant kill me. I don't think that's too much to ask for. Either give it to me in a way that I can avoid it, or give it to me in a way that I can combat it when I'm out of combat. And make it consistent. Pick up Lucky. Oh, those are cigarettes.
Chem lab. This place stinks like the wrong end of a primal. And I think I'm close to figuring out why. Something's off with this place. Those ain't normal primals.
I know his voice.
Thought I was onto something before. Now I'm sure of it. I got a theory to test at that Marauder camp.
Who is the voice actor there? Because that sounds super familiar. Steve Blum. Where do I know you from? Because his voice is like super familiar. No, I haven't, like, he's in a ton of cartoons and stuff, none of which I've seen. Starfield, he's an Owen Dexler, I'm not sure who that character is. Diablo 4 Mephisto, you're the Herald of Hatred, okay. He was apparently quite a few voices in Star Wars Jedi Survivor as well. Marvel's Midnight Sun, Wolverine's voice. Mortal Kombat, Runner, Destroy All Humans. Diablo Immortal. None of Elix 2, okay. Guild Wars 2. Star Wars Old Republic Legacy of the Sith. Let's see, where, oh, sorry, you. Psychonauts. Oh, you're Leshy's voice in Nightmare of the Wolf. Okay, I might actually. Star Wars Squadron, Marvel's Avengers. Last of Us Part 2. Mortal Kombat 11, Saints Row 3rd Remastered. Wow, you've been in some serious video games now. Sam! You're Sam! That's where I know your voice from. You're Sam from Metro. Okay. I ran through the game so quickly. I'm really enjoying the lore. Nice. Nice. Yeah, I'm still piecing it together. I just wish because these primals are not fun to deal with. I don't know why their combat mechanic is not a consistent combat mechanic. Like, other than that, this stuff is pretty interesting. I'm curious if they created all of the... They had to have created all of the Marauders by doing that, right? With the Adrena time, that's the only reason why they're... But then, why are these Marauders different? I wonder if we're going to get an answer as to why these Marauders are different than the Marauders in the rest of Halcyon. Because Adrena time's everywhere, so it makes sense that Marauders would be everywhere, but these ones are calling themselves ghosts. They actually have a banner and everything. How many times have you gone through this? Because I've never been able to see the endings of the DLCs, and I don't know if there's multiple choices on the endings for the DLCs. Can we get in here? Sealed.
This facility is currently experiencing a heightened security event. Accessing this facility requires voice-modulated passphrase. Please speak the passphrase.
Saying it's not the best choice.
Error. Passphrase not recognized.
Okay.
Please speak the passphrase.
So I guess we don't know the passphrase. Guess we'll discover that later. But yeah, Sam from Metro. Man, I loved that game series. I'm really upset to find out that they released a fourth one and they exclusively did it on VR platforms. It's just like, why? The majority of the world, the majority of the video game consumers don't fucking own VR. And then, on top of that, none of your other trilogy that the series is supposed to be continuing is on VR. You can't play Metro 1, 2, and 3 on VR. you can play it on console, but then you can't play Metro 4 on console. You can only play it on VR. That was such a disappointing thing to find out. Like, I didn't know that they came out with a 4th game. That was how little marketing they did for it. My son ended up having to tell me that they came out with a 4th Metro game. And I was like, no way, surely I would have known about it. I love that series. Nah. Alright, I think we've reached a logical conclusion on that section. So let's go up top. Wait a second, what does this go to? Are you gonna wrap around to the same exact location? If you can wrap around to the same exact location, like, I'm down. One time, but I used a guide to get all the trophies. Ah, okay. Yeah, see, I always play the first time blind. That's like that's one of the like personal rules I have for myself. Is I play blind. First go. And then after I've played it blind, I go through and I play a second time. And that time I'll use guides to like get specific things if I need to. Or see what things I missed. Metro was actually like that. Metro, totally never knew that they had more than one ending. Until I went through the series and I was like, wait, how the fuck are we playing as Artyom? I think it was the 3rd game, Metro Exodus, where you're playing as Artyom, and it was just like, but how? Artyom died in the 2nd game, and it was just like, no, Artyom didn't die in the 2nd game. What ended up happening was I just made piss poor decisions. And the piss poor decisions resulted in me getting an ending where Artyom died. There's actually an Artyom ending where he lives, and it's like, oh, so that means there's more than one ending in Metro. And I went through and I did then. What game was it? We just did a game. Oh, it's Dragon Age Veilguard. I went through Dragon Age Veilguard, and look at this, look at this. I want to show this off real quick. %, blind, single playthrough, no guides. 92% of the trophies. I was just like, that's a little insane. That your game is underwhelming if I can go blind through your video game in a single playthrough and earn 92% of your achievements in a multi-choice ending video game where I know damn well some of those are forcing you to play multiple endings. Like, do better with your video games. I wasn't even trying for achievements. I didn't even look at the achievements. I was just like, we're gonna play this and it's gonna be fun. But yeah, I only do that after I've beaten the game once. And I go see what I missed, see what I'm interested in, find out what the options are. Okay, so that... Okay, so we've been through all of this already. Good, 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 good. So we've actually cleared all of that. Which means this way is the next direction. How you doing, Scorpion? Anything new or exciting? Can we go in there yet? No. But you know what I bet? I can climb this, maybe, right? Can I climb this? And drop in on the top? Nope. It's not actually a solid pipe. That pipe is only there, and then the rest of this isn't actually there, you can't walk on it as we just demonstrated. Alright, so we're getting into territory that has not been explored. That's some wicked mining that you're doing over there. What is that? I'm like 4,000 in the US for trophies, and I don't think yeah, ours only does it by month, and it keeps your gamer score. I mean, like, I'm at 124,000, 112. But I don't know if that's a lot on Xbox. I don't know how to judge that stuff on Xbox. Of course, I've never been an achievement hunter either. It's like, if I happen to get the achievements, I happen to get the achievements. If something is really cool, then I'll go do it too. That's a special weapon, if I remember correctly. Good hanging out with a little one. Right, you my dude. I am outstanding. A little frustrated with those plague primals that we're running into. But other than that, I am outstanding. Kind of hoping to get a better sniper rifle here soon. I know, I'm waiting on, oh, I got a really cool book that I've been waiting to get ever since I've been told about it. And I finally got it. It's on the way. And, I'm so excited to read it. It's an open source intel report on some events for next year that are going on. And it's compiled by, intelligence gathering specialists that were trained and active during the global war on terror, and now that the global war on terror is no longer active, and most of them left because they disagreed with policy. Well, what they've done is they've maintained their intelligence networks and all of their intelligence contacts, and they've continued to do their jobs even though the war is over. And they've compiled a open source intelligence report and put it in book form to be able to get it out to people. And for those who don't know, the term open source when it comes to intelligence reports just means that it came from a source other than an official government. So it's the same exact thing. It's just the person compiling it is not an active employee of the government. But it's if the employee of the government were to say, go and gather the same exact information or make the same exact report, it would look exactly like this. Literally, the only difference is employment. But a lot of people from my community and a lot of people within the greater special operations and intelligence communities all trust and know these people and know that they're solid, they're on point, like they're good at their jobs. And I'm finally getting the intel briefings that they compiled for everything coming up this next year. And man, I am so excited to read it because it's gonna let me be able to like properly start planning and coordinating and everything for this year. So that's exciting. And then what else? We're getting through the DLC stuff, so that's also cool. Hopefully the game works nicely so we can be able to actually see the endings of the DLC, because I've never seen them because the game was bugged. And I feel like there's one more thing. Pretty sure there's one more thing. Oh, and later on. Time pending. I may end up cutting the stream a little short depending on when Lady Pixie gets home. But we've got a ooh. There you are. Stop running at me. Just fight me. But her and I are gonna be going to the jeweler later on to go pick out her her holiday gift. So that'll be exciting too. How long is this Jeez, man, these combat debuffs take forever to wear off. Is it just the DLCs that do it? Because none of these combat debuffs are this fucking dramatic in the base game. I wonder why the DLC debuffs are so freaking, like, over the top. They shouldn't be. It's the same exact enemies. And it's not like they came up with new ways to counter it. Oh, and maybe I'll be able to do some. So there's this Netflix show called Ancient Apocalypse. My girls and I and Lady Pixie, we all watched it together. And then there's a archaeologist on YouTube. His name is Milo. His YouTube channel is Mini Minuteman. And but he's an actual archaeologist, and what he did was he went through and he examined the Ancient Apocalypse series, and he was like, okay, well, as a person who's actually part of the archaeology community, let me show you the things he got wrong and the things that we are actually doing that he's pretending we're not doing. And it was really cool to see the two counters, and he's super entertaining. But my girls absolutely love him. So hopefully we can finish that up too, because like I know there's a second season of Ancient Apocalypse that came out, and I know Milo just hit like his 2 million subscriber count, and that was one of the things he brought up, was he was going to be doing a review of the second season of Ancient Apocalypse, which will be awesome. I know his last ones got well over 1 million views each, and there's 4 of them. So we like all the history stuff in this house. It's part of our family activities we do together. In fact, on Halloween, we watched, or near Halloween, we watched one on vampires, where it was like vampire burials throughout history. That was pretty cool. It was just like, there's no archaeological evidence that vampires ever existed. However, there's this archaeological phenomenon where multiple cultures throughout all of history have always had vampire burials. And everyone has this vampire belief system in every culture, but there's no proof that vampires ever existed. I was like, that's a pretty interesting concept, right? That the phenomenon that everybody on a massive cultural level spanning centuries, right? Not just like, oh, it was a few years here or a few decades there. No, it's like hundreds and hundreds of years, and they continue to pop up. It's like, I don't know, to me that sounds like proof. But yeah, so doing those sorts of things. Let's see. There's a huge community around. I 100% got all the Toad trophies, kind of like Ancient Aliens. I like Ancient Aliens for its entertainment value. I don't like Ancient Aliens for its information value. Because because I've watched a lot of the Ancient Aliens stuff, because I love history. And the dude's, he talks about some interesting things, and they make some valid arguments, you know, like the golden jets that are found in the Mayan tombs and things like that. And it's like, okay, cool, that stuff's interesting. That stuff is based in fact. But then when
Dr.
you...
Ambrose, tell me about Adrena.
I'll tell you right after this.
What does it do?
Hasn't Clarence already dumped a pile of promotional materials on your head?
Where's the fun in that? My listeners want to hear it in your own words.
It's an injectable drug that improves a patient's speed, awareness, mental acuity, and endurance. In moderation, Adrenatime will uplift the laboring classes by strengthening their minds and work ethic.
That's quite the mission. What's driving this vision of uplift?
I am a solutions-oriented woman. I see a problem and I am moved to solve it. Poverty is one such problem. Through science, I believe we can improve the poor, and in so doing, improve Halcyon.
I don't actually have control of my character. They've taken control from my character. There we go. My character was glitched up there. It like started sliding backwards, and then like it was almost like it was sliding off of a slanted roof and then got stuck in the slide animation. That's what it seemed like. It felt like. Okay, so Ancient Aliens. Dude's got some interesting pieces of history that aren't really expanded on too much by like mainstream stuff. But the problem is like when you watch enough of the episodes from Ancient Aliens, you start running into the points where he starts contradicting himself. And then he'll also ignore factual information. Like, for example, Loch Ness Monster, right? There's one episode where he's like, oh, well, we're going to explore the Loch Ness Monster and blah, 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 blah. And he goes on this big, long thing chasing down the Loch Ness Monster. And it's like, okay, but we know that the Loch Ness Monster, at least the Loch Ness Monster with all the proof that everyone claims is real, isn't fucking real. How do we know that? Because the dude who faked all of that came out to the public years later and was like, I made all that shit up. And then he literally recreated it exactly the way it was documented. And it's like, we know definitively that the quote-unquote proof of Loch Ness Monster doesn't exist. Like, it's fabricated. We know that for a fact. And yet, this dude was still like, oh, fucking aliens, man. And it's just like, bro, you can't ignore facts. You can speculate on things that haven't been, like, definitively proven. Things that are still theories. Absolutely, speculate away. But do it with educated guess. Using known evidence, right? Provable evidence. Verifiable evidence. And don't ignore facts. So, like, that's always my problem with the Ancient Aliens dude, is he openly and blatantly will ignore documented facts that anybody can verify. And then he'll contradict himself from one episode to the next. So that's all kind of disappointing. But like Graham Hancock, the guy who hosts Ancient Apocalypse, he contradicts mainstream media and he focuses on the fact that he's the bad guy. And man, there is two fucking audible things here. Look, right when I'm in the middle of a big conversation, it can't be when we're not having a conversation that they want to force feed us these fucking audio files. That's 3 in this one area. So we're gonna wait on those. But the thing with Graham Hancock is he doesn't give you all the information and then speculates on the little bit of information that he is telling you. So he is telling you factual information initially, and then he immediately will focus on, well, I'm the bad guy and nobody's doing these things and this is what I think. It's like, okay, well, that part I can do without. But leading up to that, you showing me these temples, you telling me information about the builders, that's interesting. Your speculation I can go without. And that's where Milo comes in, because then Milo comes in and goes, ah, yes, these things. When he talked about these things and he showed these things, let's actually bring in professors. And like some of the people he brings in to interview are the same people that were on the show that are like, yeah, they cut my interview and they twisted my words and they didn't tell us it was Graham Hancock. And like, it's so fucking funny listening to Milo because he brings in the same people that Graham Hancock used as experts to verify what he was trying to push. And they're just like, yeah, no, that's not what I said. It's so fucking hilarious. But yeah, no, I genuinely like learning. And the other thing is with when you have two shows like that, like Ancient Apocalypse and then Minutemen with Milo, where it's the same exact content but two exact different opposing perspectives. I think that's a cool learning and teaching moment to teach the girls about critical thinking. Right? Let me give you two pieces of information from two opposing views on the same exact subject. Now that you've seen the two different perspectives on the same exact subject matter, what is your view? What do you think? Right? So that's one of those, I like doing things like that with the girls, where give them two opposing views, let them ask the questions themselves, because if they ask the questions themselves, now they're invested. And then from that point forward, they can turn around and start speculating and do critical thinking with other pieces of information that they encounter throughout their life. Right? So like when a teacher tells them XYZ, or a professor XYZ, or the news says XYZ. Well, they now have the critical thinking skills, the experience, the confidence, and the tools to be able to go, well, let me look into that. Well, let me see what I can find out about that. You know? And I think that's important skill set for people to have. Hey, Kaz, welcome in. Welcome in, Kaz. Alright, so I can fast travel while over encumbered. Where am I here? I am there. But yeah, love history stuff. Love history stuff. Yeah, for me, it's that whole, like, it's not my job to spoon feed the children information. It's my job to show them how to find the information themselves and verify information themselves. Give them the skills and the tools necessary for when I'm not there at that moment to be able to help them with whether or not they should believe a piece of information given to them by anybody or anything, right? I want to make sure that they have the skills and the confidence to do the critical thinking for themselves in the moment that they're hearing something, and not just do the gullible thing of, oh, well, this person said it and I trust this person, so I believe it. It's like, you can trust people, but what if those people have bad information to start with? You know, and they don't realize it. So it's like, you always got to verify. Because not all the information that is bad information that we receive in life is malicious. Sometimes they genuinely think it's accurate. They just didn't have the skill set to be able to verify it themselves, or the knowledge to be able to verify it themselves. So it's one of those, like, even if you trust someone, doesn't mean that the information that they were given was accurate. They may not be thinking that, they may think they're telling you the truth and not hiding anything from you, but the information they may have may also be lied to them from somebody else. So that's why it's always important for me to, like, we're going to teach you to figure all this out on your own, and we're going to show you different moments here where there's contradictions, but it's the same exact information. Oh, no, 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 no. You run right around that rock. Come on. Berserkers don't fucking flinch when they get shot. You're a disgrace to the title, big dog. Oh. I know where I'm at. I know exactly where I'm at. Yep, I know exactly where I'm at. Unfortunately. See, and my whole thing is like, I want to protect my girls. I want to protect my kids. I view it as a parent's responsibility. It's like, your job is to protect your children at all and every cost. Reality, we can't be there to do that all the time. And we're not going to be there all the time. We can't decide what life has in store for us. We can't decide if we're going to live to be 1,000,000 fucking years old, right? Like, life happens, and 9 times out of 10, it's unexpected. Can't be avoided, can't be planned for. But you know what I can do? I can make sure that my girls are capable of protecting themselves. And I think that more parents need to look at it that way too, right? Our job's not to be a parachute parent. You're not going to fucking fix things. You're going to set them up to fail, because what happens when you're not there, right? So, but if you give them all of the tools they need to survive, to be able to make smart, informed decisions, to protect themselves and keep themselves alive, and then you give them safe settings to be able to test it, to grow confident in their ability to do it themselves, then that to me is like the best way you can protect them. Give them the skills, give them the environment to test and to gain the confidence in those skills, and then step back and let them show you what they've learned. Let them demonstrate without your interference, and do so in safe, controlled environments. That way, no matter what happens to you in life, your children are safe, protected, and you've done everything you can to set them up for success in the future. So that's how I usually approach most things when it comes to like ideas and interactions for family stuff. It's like, how can I turn this into a practical exercise? Because the more confident I am in my girls' abilities to like protect themselves, make good decisions, make informed, smart decisions, like the less stress I have. Oh, I wish I wasn't over encumbered right now. Oh, fun. Fun. I almost walked up on top of that. Let's pop some of these explosions in the distance and see if that causes any attentions. No? No attentions. Okay. Still think I'm going to take this and then do the overlook on that building. Because I don't trust that this is empty. I don't trust it one bit. Because, like, there are bodies here that I clearly did not drop. Of course, we do have reports of the workers doing ambushes against the Marauders. Of course, we also don't know how old those logs are either. So that would be another factor, as we don't know the age of them. They're not dated. I feel that. I have a little sister that carries a knife with her at all times, but when I see her I do try to teach her how to get out of situations. My parents have learned I'm not being an ass. I'm literally teaching her how to defend herself. Oh yeah. Actually, one of the things that I saw recently that I'm thinking about, I gotta look into them further to see like reliability, like how often do they jam, fail, things of that nature. But is a there's pistols that I've seen that shoot, they're like the equivalent of like paintballs, but they're pepper spray. So it's pepper spray balls, and they come out of a pistol, and the pistol functions in the demonstrations that I've seen. It functions exactly like a normal firearm, but it's non-lethal. So I gotta look more into the reliability, frequency of jamming, how to fix the malfunctions when they happen in real life setting, things of that nature. But I've been thinking more and more about getting that for, like starting with my old lady, Lady Pixie, getting her to carry one of those, get her confident and comfortable with it, and then when the girls get old enough where our state allows them to have something like that, like maybe giving them that, because it's a safe non-lethal where they're not going to get traumatized from defending themselves right out the gate, you know? So that's something else I've been looking into. I thought that was a pretty cool, unique self-defense method, because it's like, you get shot in the face with a fucking paintball, I promise you're hesitating and stopping and then going fuck at minimum. And the fact that it's pepper spray, like, good luck continuing to be a predator at that point of any kind. You know? I've been hit with pepper spray. That shit is not fun. Even in training environments, like, that shit is really not fun. Like, because we've done some, so one of the things that we did in the military was like, if you were going to carry something, you had to experience it being used on you first. So like, you wanted to carry a taser, you got shot with a fucking taser. You wanted to carry pepper spray, you got sprayed with pepper spray. You wanted to carry beanbag shotgun rounds, guess what? You're getting shot with a beanbag shotgun round. You know, so it's one of those, like, I got to firsthand experience the receiving end of a lot of those non-lethal things. And I'm just like, yeah, no, they absolutely fucking work. Some of them are more tolerable than others to, like, endure if you got to get hit with it. But there are others that's just like, no, you're not enduring that. I don't care who you are. Like, tasers, I've watched people get hit with them and it doesn't do shit. And they're not hopped up on anything. It's just the water makeup of their body, like the way that the water works in their body, like the amount of water they have in their body versus what other people naturally have in theirs. So like, they're not as affected. But like pepper spray, I haven't seen anybody resist that shit. Beanbag shotgun rounds, I haven't seen anybody remain standing after getting shot in the chest with one of those, you know? Like there's so much fun non-lethal shit and it hurts so bad. That's why it's like, when I see a civilian variation of it, I'm like, how reliable is that? Because if that's reliable, I'd rather give my family things like that, because then it won't traumatize them and they won't be scared to defend themselves. Because a lot of people, like, if you give them an actual firearm, right, a lethal firearm, and you tell them protect yourself, and you give them the, hey, this is how the weapon works, this is how we're going to train with it, and da-da-da-da-da, you're still going to have people that are hesitant to use it simply because they don't want to be traumatized from taking another human life, you know, and they're not sure if they can do that to another human. So when it comes to stuff like that, it's easier if I can just go, well, here, this works exactly like the lethal firearms, and if, when you're an adult, or, you know, or later on as an adult, if it's, you know, doing it for a fellow adult, like my old lady or something, or my son, and be like, you know, if you feel like you can handle doing the lethal for versions, then we're not changing mechanics on the tools. The tools are the same, just the result is what varies. So that's the other reason I'm really looking into those pepper spray pistols, those pepper spray paintball pistols, because I think that those would be really cool. Let's see. I stepped on a bomb and had a concussion most of the game, and it makes you dumb. You stepped on a bomb. Which game? Which game are we talking about? Or are you talking about like in real life? Because like I've been blown up my fair share, and yeah, that you do feel like you're dumb for a while there because your ears are ringing, you can't hear shit, you got that dazed and confused, and like you got a massive fucking headache, and everything's muffled, and you lose your train of thought super easy right after being blown up. Like, it is miserable. Sorry, I'm here but not here. Oh, don't worry about it, Lady Pixie. I know that you're busy with the zoo with the girls right now. And I'm sure everyone here absolutely understands. So yeah, no, absolutely, and just enjoy yourself. I live in an open carry state. I always carry. Yeah, see, carrying... I'm a advocate for everybody should have a firearm. But I'm also an advocate that, like, everyone should receive mandatory training. You must receive mandatory training to understand the do's, don'ts, weapon maintenance, the care, like, all of it. Another factor, though, that a lot of people don't do, because I've met and talked to my fair share of gun owners, because they're like, oh, well, we're friends with XYZ person that I know, because, you know, veterans tend to work together and tend to be friends together, and we tend to share civilian friends because veterans have a really hard time interacting with the majority of civilization. So one of the things we end up doing is sharing a lot of the same communities and social circles. There we fucking go. That is exactly what I'm talking about. But one of the things that I've found is a lot of civilian gun owners have never asked themselves, and actually seriously asked themselves, on whether or not they are prepared to take a human life. And the reality is like anybody that touches a firearm or carries a firearm, that's a question that they probably should ask themselves more frequently, is like, are you prepared to do this? Can you actually live with yourself if you do that? Because I've even met combat soldiers that, like, after their first kill that they actually witness that they did doing their job, by the way, like not murder or anything like that, but like just flat out doing their job. It like breaks them mentally and emotionally. And they never recover from it because they were never really prepared for that concept of being responsible for ending another living person's life. That's where that whole training thing comes in. It's just like why I think everyone should have training, because in training, that's one of those first questions you get asked is like, are you prepared to actually be able to make that decision? But my state is a state where there was a Sheriff Grady, I think his name is. He did a press conference. So someone broke into a neighbor's house in one of the neighborhoods, and one of the neighbors saw that and fired shots and injured the individual. They didn't kill the individual. And the occupants of the home ended up notifying law enforcement. Law enforcement showed up. They arrested the guy. They brought him down, started getting a medical treatment and everything. And the sheriff went in, held a press conference about the shooting. And his response was, hey, listen, we don't know who it is that fired the shots and hit the home invader and prevented the home invasion from going any further. But, like, if you come down to the police station, I promise you're not in trouble. But we want to give you free shooting lessons so that way you're more lethal and you don't miss next time. and you can actually kill them and save the taxpayers money too. Like, that's the sheriffs we have in our state, is like, oh, you didn't kill him when you shot him? Come on down, we'll teach you how to do it properly. And I think that would be so fantastic if like more sheriffs had that mentality of like, a community that is capable of self-policing safely and accurately is a community that is far more welcoming and safe to be part of. When the community takes care of their own and the community chooses to not allow that type of behavior, and it's just like, that's so fantastic that our sheriffs in this state promote that shit. It's like, you don't want to get shot, don't commit crime. That simple. But what if they're forced? There's no what if they're forced. Listen, I've been in some shitty situations in my life. Hell, I've been homeless at a point, and I've never had to turn to crime to survive. I've done crimes, but it wasn't for survival purposes. Like, no, anybody who says that they've committed crime for survival purposes is a fucking cop-out and a liar. There isn't a single situation, anytime, that you would need to commit crime to survive. So that's never an excuse. Ever. Let's see. The sad thing is, you could be protecting yourself, but you still be judged. Yeah, see, our state promotes it. Our state tells us to do it. Our law enforcement here straight out says, just shoot them. Kill them, please. We don't want the paperwork. We don't want to put them in jail. We don't want the taxpayers to pay money on them. We want you to kill your criminals that you deal with. That is literally, you can find so many fucking online press conferences from these sheriffs where that's what they are promoting. Straight out telling the entire community, just fucking kill them. If they're trying to hurt you and yours, kill them. It's just like, you guys are so cool. Oh. And they give the warnings to the criminals too. Like, you don't hear about looting in this state. When there's natural disasters, which happen every fucking year, repeatedly and multiple times in a year, there's never looting. You know why? Because the sheriffs go, hey, if you see anybody looting, just shoot them. So you know what happens? People aren't inclined to loot anymore because they don't want to get shot because it's not worth their fucking life. So we don't have looting as a crime that's very common here. It's kind of cool. Instead, we have communities that actually, when natural disasters take place, actually come together and help each other. Oh shit. I realized what I just did. God damn it. Oh, I forgot those 2 audio logs up in that area, and I am over encumbered. God fucking damn it.
Close call. I thought I knew the OCI backwards and forwards. The Marauders got a way of finding every nook and cranny on this rock. OCI. Fancy joint. Smells like Wentworth's and leather. A real slice of Byzantium. You don't set that up unless you're planning something big. Adrena time? Sure. But something tells me there's more to the story. Got a hunch to follow up on near the old mines. I'm leaving this here, in case I gotta come back.
Are we at least at a fast travel point? Okay, thank goodness. Okay, let's... Let's fix this. I'm not doing this over encumbered thing right now. Plus, we got 2 more audio files that I gotta go back and I forgot to grab up. And I gotta replace this rifle too. Alright, let's see here. In Outer Worlds, if you step on a mine, you get a concussion in the game and it will affect you. Oh, yeah. When you get the dazed, like the little circle stars effect that's next to the health bar. That makes sense. I asked my friend how many friends he had in the Marines commit, and I asked my friend how many friends he has had in the Marines commit, and his answer was for her to hear how bad messed with. Yeah, that's it's people doing a job that they're not prepared to do, and a lot of people go into the military not understanding that you're a tool. You're a tool that is not to be maintained. You're going to go in, they are going to make you and shape you into the tool they need you to be for the job that they need you to do. And when you break, they have no interest in maintaining you because it's cheaper and easier to replace you. And if you don't go in with that understanding, like, it's really going to fuck your day up, and you're probably not going to survive it. And then you go into a combat arms field. So here's the thing with the combat arms field. Do you know why you have far more suicides in the current wars than you do in, say, like World War II, World War I? Uniforms. Legitimately, it's uniforms. What do I mean by that? Well, do you know how they trained World War I and World War II soldiers? To shoot at the uniform. To kill the uniform. You're killing an outfit, not a person. You know what happened when global war on terror and, say, like Vietnam kicked off, and why people came back so fucked up from all of that? Because you're not killing a uniform, because the enemy doesn't wear a uniform. Now you're killing a human being. And most people aren't prepared for that. And that's really what it is they don't prepare you to kill a human being and then deal with the consequences of killing a human being. Whereas before, you were always just killing a uniform. And most people can deal with killing a uniform. The uniform's bad, the uniform's evil, okay, we get it, cool. That's easy to deal with. I can cope with that, most people can cope with that. But when you're talking about killing a human being, and you can't just kill the human being, you have to verify that the human being is bad first. So that means now you've taken it a step further and you have to get to know them. Yep. So now you have a personal direct connection to this individual, and then you still have to kill them. So it's no longer a uniform, it's no longer a concept, an idea, a faceless mass of enemies fighting you, and you're just defending yourself. No, this is a human being that you probably know the name of at this point. You know their language, and now you're taking their life. That's the part that fucks up so many people when you're fighting a guerrilla war. That's the only way to verify that you're killing guerrillas and not civilians. And that's exactly what Vietnam was. It's exactly what the war on terror was and is, because I don't give a fuck what the governments say. We can clearly see from the attack that just happened, what was it, 2 days ago in, I want to say it was Germany. 2 days ago in Germany, there was a lone wolf attack where a Saudi Arabian doctor drove his BMW through a farmer's market equivalent and killed and injured 70 fucking people as a anti-Israel attack, lone wolf attack that he was encouraged by extremists to do. And it's just like, so the global war on terror is still fucking going on regardless if the governments want to acknowledge or not. But the problem is you can't fight a guerrilla force and expect your troops to come out mentally unscathed. And then you double down by making them abandon our allies. So not only are you've taught them to kill human beings and didn't prepare them for that, but you taught them to make sure that they're human beings and verify the information so that they're not civilians. And then they have to kill them and live with that. But then the people that we have defended and fought and bled next to, you abandon on top of everything else. And those types of moral injuries, especially in the warrior community, are extremely fatal. But it's cheaper to replace the soldiers and Marines than it is it's cheaper to replace them with new ones and train new ones than it is to fix the ones you have.
Hey again, stranger. What can I get you? All sorts of salvage and weapons, and plenty of.
Stella. Hmm, 263. Let's see what the other one says when we get to it. $456. Yeah, no, we're gonna keep the 456 one. Oh my goodness. But it's a higher level. I'm aware it's a higher level. Man, I don't want to switch you all over to fucking Spacer's Choice because it's yellow. I don't like the yellows. That one's interesting. I wonder where the armor piece to that is. Which I gotta go get the Sugar Ops. I gotta remember to go get the Sugar Ops chest. You know what? I'm gonna go get the Sugar Ops thing because I don't want to forget about that because I've forgotten about it twice now. Oh, hey, that's the stuff that Thomas Reed was wearing. But it smells. We don't want those stealth skills, lockpick. Yep. Tech skills. Don't need that. Don't need that. Don't need that. Why are you weird? Lockpick max distance 2.5 meters. I don't. How do you lockpick from? I don't. That doesn't make any sense to me, but okay, sure. Defaced Moonman helmet. So we've got a Moonman helmet, a defaced Moonman helmet, and a. Oh, what's it called? A deficient? I got another one, and I can't remember what it is, but we got another one as well. 1 to all attributes. No, thank you. Alright, so what are we doing here? 25% health over 2 seconds. There's got to be something that does higher. We're not doing injury at a time. Hell no. Immunize harmful status effects duration 5. Okay, so maybe we'll keep that one. Critical, we don't care about critical. Spacer's Chaw. No, we don't need that. Berry juice. Keep that, keep that. Get rid of those. We don't do plasma. We don't do in-ray. Keep that. Muzzle. Yep. Keep those. Yep. Leadership, dialogue, range, ranged weapons, tech skills, power tech we don't need. Speed, yes. Shock. No critical, no magazine. I did not see what that last one was. God damn it. Melee weapon skills. Okay, I'm cool with that. Sell. Ranged weapon skills. Dialogue skills. Yeah, we'll keep all that. Now, then, dude, do you have... Now you have shock. Which means I need to go back to my ship. I really want to go get that sugar ops helmet. I mean, that body armor before I forget again. Because I've already forgotten a few times on it. And I need to put stuff in the ship anyways. Are you drinking Rip It energy drinks? Hell yeah. Oh yeah, absolutely.
Rip It's.
I do the power flavor. It's the one that I preferred while I was in Afghanistan. So I was stoked to find they sell them in the United States. So yeah, I have a little mini fridge that I keep, Lady Pixie and I keep it stocked up with Rip It's. She likes the, she actually likes them too. She likes the sugar-free citrus one. Alright, so we can put Contraband in there. We can put Lucky in there. Put the Elite one in there. I am curious about the Wilderness Ops. Put those. Okay. Now then, I need... one. And I don't have a magazine for it. Okay. By the way, for those who don't know, this helmet is pretty easy to come across right here. This Sugar Ops helmet. Plasma damage plus 5% and ray damage plus 10%, which is freaking phenomenal if you consider that most helmets don't have anything. Defective, that's the name. Defective Moonman helmet. So I have the defective one. I have the... There's a few things here. Hold on. Okay. So we have the Defaced Moonman helmet, which is Intimidate plus 10, Lie plus 5. Then we have the Defective Moonman helmet, which is plus Temperament 1. And then this one is the Moonman helmet, the standard one, which is just the Lie plus 5. So we've got 3 different unique, distinct ones. That's pretty cool. Anyways, Wilderness Ops helmet. Not gonna lie, I'm super interested in that. Is there a chest piece to that? Let's see if there's a chest piece to that. The Outer Worlds. Wilderness Ops armor. Where's the armor at? Can be acquired as a reward for completing the Electric Fling side quest. What do you do? Volume of footsteps. I mean, that's kind of cool. If I do this one, that actually allows me to keep everybody as heavy armor. I kind of really leaning into that one. I gotta think on that one. That one's genuinely got me. Man, that's gonna mess me up. I gotta think on that one. Because, like... What is the Electric Fling journal? Let's see here. The Electric Fling. So I I'm not gonna even get it until the end of the game. I mean, the end of the option anyways, because the OCI projector room, chem storage, HI observation, yeah. So that's where I get the armor from, huh? Let me go get Sugar Ops real quick. Let me go get Sugar Ops real quick before I forget again.
My vacuum tubes require evacuating. No, not those. The ones in port. Yes, there. Thank you. And while you're at it, could you switch my binaries to that? Exactly. I haven't felt this clean and efficient since Captain Hawthorne installed my subalternate auxiliary backup processor.
All right, well, I'll leave you two to that one. We're gonna come right back to this. I keep forgetting to fucking do this. Luckily, we can spawn in, like, right on top of it.
We're in orbit over Cascadia, Captain.
All right. What are your thoughts on having a medical card and it stops you from purchasing a firearm? I have a medical card and it doesn't stop me from purchasing a firearm. So, I don't know who told you that, but it's not true. Do we have higher level on this assault rifle yet? No, we don't. Do you have... What's your magazine? Corrosion. Good, that's exactly what I needed. Nice! Okay, so there should be... There it is. There's the elevator. Oh my goodness. There we go. Aha! Concuss. Reduces all attributes and slows weapon attack rate. Okay. I've been told that from years in VA. So, they can't do that unless it is a, unless you have a medical card specifically for a mental condition. And then at that point, it's not the medical card that's disqualifying you. It's the mental condition that's disqualifying you. Now that they can do. But they can't disqualify you for receiving medical treatment prescribed by a medical physician. And then, the other thing is like, if that were true, explain to me how states that have recreational marijuana allow for firearm purchases and sales still. There's a lot of people that just assume it because, like, oh, it's a class 3 drug. It's like, yeah, it's a class 3 drug. Yeah, that's true. But it's also legitimately, it's legal in a good portion of states. So they can't dock you for partaking in something that's legal. In fact, right now there's several court cases going on against people like EMTs and first responders for wanting to use medical marijuana on their off-duty hours, but being told that they'll be fired, or some of them have, like some EMTs have actually been fired because they're using medical marijuana on their off time. They're not showing up high, but because it's in their system, they're losing their jobs. And it's like, you can't punish people for partaking in medical prescriptions for medical treatment. You can't do that. It is illegal in this country. And there are court cases right now trying to explain that to states that have misunderstood how the law works. And they are losing them consistently across the board. Because again, you can't do that in this country. Herbert. Sugar Ops and Candy Cane, nice. Herbert just like all of a sudden noticed us and started getting hostile, so we had to put him down. The other thing, piece of advice: purchase your firearms private seller. Like other gun owners that are selling their guns, do it that way. Like there's like you get the hand receipts where it's like you have the serial numbers, their dates and everything on the days that the transactions take place. And legally, also in this state, I mean in this country, if you're in a state that people can purchase firearms and legally own firearms, unless the seller has a reason to suspect otherwise, if you have a same state identification card, it is legal to sell your personal firearms to other citizens of your state. Of your state with a state verified identification, like a driver's license. That's important. But it cuts out a lot of the BS. Again, completely legal. They changed our law, and we have medical and recreational, but not recreational sales. Arizona tried to do that for a while, where they're like, oh yeah, we have medical marijuana, you just aren't allowed to grow or sell marijuana in the state. So then you couldn't actually have medical dispensaries that could fulfill the medical prescriptions. So they could give you the prescription, you just couldn't have it in your possession or purchase it. So, like, states are still fighting that, but states are also finding more and more. It's like, there's too much money in it, and the risk is significantly lower than other things consistently across the board that are legal and far more dangerous. So, lots of things are changing there. And lots of things are going to continue to change. Because the other thing is the more and more people are fighting on this, and the more and more people are researching on this, the more and more people are realizing that marijuana was made illegal in the first place because it fucking took away from the paper industry. Cannabis was in... It was cheaper to make clothing and bags and ropes and shit like that out of than it was paper and other more expensive products that are common nowadays. It was also used in bird feed. Right? So like it makes oils, it makes butters, it makes all sorts of things. Far cheaper, far more consistently with a far greater output than the things that the big companies back in the Industrial Revolution age could produce with their own shit. And they couldn't compete with it. So their response was to make laws and policies to make it illegal so that they can control the markets. That is a documented fact. Anybody can go verify it, at least here in the United States. And because they demonized it so long to maintain control over business practices, people have believed the bullshit propagandas. Like, you cannot seriously tell, like, there isn't a single person who is against marijuana use that can seriously fucking tell me that if you go watch a 1960s, like, marijuana advertisement of, like, how bad drugs are, that you realistically believe that that's what happens. Like, it's dudes completely stoned out of their gourd with big old trombones, naked, playing it, like blowing it into another person where the sound comes out, like having that stuck on another person and blowing, and they're like, don't do marijuana. It's like, nobody who has any experience with marijuana ever believes that that's an even possibility that could be caused by marijuana. So it's like, the more and more people are looking into it, the more and more people are educating themselves on it, the more and more they're realizing that marijuana is not bad. It's just fucking a threat to business corporations, and they don't want to compete with something that they know they can't compete with. So, yeah, there's that fun thing. But they'll eventually all lose. It's an inevitability. So here's the Sugar Ops armor we got, and it comes with this fun little candy cane scythe that does in-ray damage. Woo! So, we're going to go ahead and deposit those. That's what I came in there for. I did not want to miss out. But I am super curious about this Wilderness Ops, man, because, like, But hey, we got the thing we needed here. Corrosion. Bam. There it is. Alright, back to Gorgon. I just didn't want to forget that. I forgot it last time. My last doctor visit offered me something for pain. I said I don't like pills. He offered medical water, but I was afraid. I would 100% rather go to dispensaries than the streets. That's what I do. I go to dispensaries, but I'm in a different state than you. I will say that as a preface. I'm in Florida. So, but I have a medical marijuana card. I go through the VA for almost all of my medical stuff except for my medical marijuana card. That I go through a civilian doctor for. And the only difference is like I have to, like, and the VA knows that I have a medical marijuana card. I have informed them and they don't care. They didn't even put it in my file that I was using, and I was just like, okay, I'll just try to do the right thing. I didn't know if I had to tell everybody. They're like, yeah, you didn't have to tell us, we don't care. But all of my other prescriptions, they provide for me. This is the one that they won't provide for me because they don't give that prescription in my the VA is not authorized to give medical marijuana prescriptions because it's still a federal felony, and the federal government still classifies it as a class 3 drug. So until the federal government changes its classification of it, the VA can't offer it, sadly. But yeah, VA, they're fully aware of it and they don't give a shit about it. And I'm still a gun owner and can go and buy guns and no issues. I needed to go back. It wasn't the Gorgon ruins. It wasn't the lower section. It wasn't the actually. Oh my goodness. Of course you guys did. Oh man, they spawned me like legit right on top of these dudes. I am so glad we got that sniper rifle upgraded. Now it's coming across nice and clean and effective again. Kind of like don't ask, don't tell. Exactly. The only part that it affects me with, as far as my medical treatments go, is so the VA has me on indomethacin, which is an anti-inflammatory, and that's for my pain. Then they have me on Flexerol, which is a muscle relaxer for my pain. Then they have me on capsaicin topical cream, which is a pain relief cream. And they have me on a TENS unit, which is for my pain relief. And they wanted to put me on top of all of that. They wanted to also give me prescription Vicodin. And that was also going to be for my pain relief. But because it's a controlled substance, what they have a policy of that you have to be able to pass a drug test for them to prescribe you a controlled substance, which fine, makes sense. It tracks. You don't want to give narcotics to someone who is currently struggling with that or using that type of stuff. So that makes sense to me. But because I have the medical marijuana, which they're aware of, they just simply can't prescribe that to me. Like, I can't fulfill that prescription. Like, I have it, I just can't get it filled until I go and take a drug test. So that's the only part that it does affect me on. Which is fine, because I don't like pills. So... Yep. It works for me. I am missing... Oh, god damn. I wish I could remember where that building was that I just came from. You know what needs to happen? You know what really needs to happen? Is baseball needs to make it okay. Did you just say baseball? Yep, baseball. So here's my theory. And this is based on the United States' history. My theory is that if you want change in this country, it needs to first take place in baseball. Here is my evidence. My evidence is this. Segregation. No, let's go even further back. Women's right to suffrage, right? Women's suffrage. The right to vote, for those who don't know what that means. Women wanted to be able to have the right to vote. Women needed to be acknowledged as equals. Women needed to have all of those things to be able to be where we're at today. And how did they achieve all of that? Where did that first happen? Where did women first actually enter what was deemed a man's space exclusively in the United States? Where was it? It was baseball. World War II. What ended up happening, we stopped sports in this country during World War II for obvious fucking reasons. You know, everyone was away fighting. However, we didn't stop all sports. We stopped everything except for baseball. What we did was we brought women in to play baseball. And we kept baseball going. And then what ended up happening? Women were allowed into workspace. What happened after that? Well, women now are equals. Right to vote. They have all the same positions we all have. And we're constantly giving them more rights, which they should have equal opportunities as everybody else, right? Everyone should be, you should be judged based on your skill and capability rather than anything else, whether it's gender, religion, color, whatever, right? It should always be based on skill and capability. But it started in baseball first. Okay, so when did we start having segregation start going away? Okay, that was what? Civil rights movement, right? But did it happen before that? Well, let's look at World War II. What happened in World War II? We still had segregation. What happened in, say, the future wars, right? Even all the way up till, I think Vietnam was the first time we actually got rid of the segregated units. But you know where it happened first? Baseball. Jackie Robinson. Jackie Robinson was the famous one because he could keep his temperament. There was a man before him, I can't recall his name, but he screwed it up for himself because he chose to respond with violence. To violence with violence, and he wasn't as controlled and able to endure like Jackie was, which Jackie shouldn't have, but Jackie did. And because of that, the rest of the country started following suit. So you want something to change in America in a major fucking way, it needs to happen in baseball first. So if they just said, hey, baseball players can smoke and not have any issues, I promise the rest of the country would follow within a decade or two. That's good. I've seen painkillers ruin a lot of people's lives. Yeah, no, I won't take narcotic painkillers. It's not my thing. I'll take the anti-inflammatories, the muscle relaxers, and everything else. But I won't take the mind-altering shit like that. I don't like them. All right, so here's the two things we
We
forgot.
call them marauders, like they have some kind of group identity. They don't. The name was coined in Edgewater, I think. One of the towns first hit by the Adrenatime crisis. A lonely Spacer's Choice outpost on the edge of a barren sea. A prime place for the company to test a disastrous new product. When the town started fraying at the edges, hardly anyone else in the colony noticed. Just like Lucian planned. I read the reports. Every missing person. Every unexpected death. A town already teetering on the edge, and Adrenatime shoved it off a cliff.
Interesting.
When does a man become marauder? People talk about them as if they've transformed, like they've mutated. I see
Haven't
it in the Aetherwave broadcasts, read it in the papers. But beneath their masks, they're only people. Dangerous people with a terrible illness, but people still. When we call a man a marauder, have we given up on him? How do we know when he's become one? How can
When he
you
starts eating
decide
his
to give
neighbor's
up on
face?
someone? Have I given up on Harvey? Who does this suffering serve, I wonder? Spacer's Choice?
So, like, the whole thing with that is like, if people are eating other people and killing other people in violent fits of rage that are uncontrollable like that, they're no longer human because they're no longer in control of their own faculties. And if they're not in control of their own faculties, they are a clear and present danger and threat to everything and everyone and must be put down. The drug side effect, because we have not seen or heard otherwise, is permanent. And if that's the case, and you have permanently destroyed their minds to the point where they are nothing but primal cannibalistic animals, parading as humans, then yeah, you have to give up on them, and if you don't, you will end up being their dinner. It's kind of how the job works. Fighting reality without any evidence that there is anything other than what is known is foolish. You first have to prove that A, the mental state is temporary, that they can regain control of their faculties. If you can't prove that, even if it's just for like 2-3 seconds, if you can go for 2-3 seconds and prove that it for at least 2 to 3 seconds that these dudes can regain control of their faculties, then it potentially could be reversible and you can study it further. But if you have absolutely no evidence whatsoever that they can regain or fight to regain their own control of their own faculties, it's a done deal. Write them off, put them down, eliminate the threat, move forward. Once you figured out what caused it, get rid of that too. So that way you don't perpetuate the cycle and you can actually eliminate this from being a threat. But as long as you keep the source that's creating these marauders in play, marauders will always be an issue no matter how many you kill. So like, you gotta choose that first. You gotta remove the cause. Once you've removed the cause, then you can start.
What's that noise? Attack, Mark! Get back!
I did not realize Homeboy was right there. Then you can after you remove the cause, then you can start doing your studies if you really want to. But if there's no evidence, don't waste the time, don't waste the resources, and don't waste the lives. Deal with the threat, move forward, study it after. When it's safe. Because if you get killed in the process, then all your knowledge and all your theories and everything else is lost with you. And that is more detrimental than if you were just killing everybody and studying everyone afterwards. Well, there's Lucky. Found Lucky.
I've stumbled onto something big. Bigger than Minnie Ambrose's journal.
Man, this really does
Spacer's
sound like
Choice
Sam.
wasn't making Adrenatime for humans.
That is so fantastic.
They're making it for canids.
It's
The
one of my
ads were
favorite
all
characters.
smoke and mirrors. There's no way they'd make something this dangerous for people. But why? To build an army? Like in the Archie Excelsior comics? To make them smart so they can do most of our jobs? To make them smart and give them thumbs so they can do all of our jobs? Only one way to find out.
No, the point of using the animals is to create a controlled weapon force. It's quite ingenious if you think about it. So Lucky drew the attention of the Canids to test a theory, which killed him. Again, homie, you should have just kept looking, kept researching, kept gathering data. I'm sure if you break into enough of the facilities, you would have got answers without dying in the process. It's this way. What is that down there? Looks like another dead end to me. I will take it. That's where we need to go, is right there. There's another enemy right here. Is that gold? No way. I wonder what material that's supposed to be, because like if it's gold, there's no way they would abandon mines that are that fucking rich in gold. We have to come back down here, don't we? I think we have a quest in this area later, don't we? Okay, so far we're in the clear. No, I don't have an angle on it. We're good on that one for now. Okay, let's grab this dude. So we found 2 of the 4 comics. We're still missing 2 more to open up the secret room. Oh my goodness. Hey, homie. Bye, homie. Is that everybody? Think so. Okay. And I'm sorry for that doctor. What is her? Olivia Ambrose is her name, I think. For her to sit there and go, but they're people. It's like, bitch, you should have thought about that before you started using them as fucking human test guinea pigs, okay? If you were really concerned about them being people, maybe treat them like fucking people from the beginning. You don't get to, like, destroy people's lives in such a drastic, permanent fucking fashion and then pretend that you care. If you cared, you wouldn't have done it in the first place. There's number 3. Oh, no, sorry. It's number 2. So we still got the HIA's maintenance entrance. But yeah. So that's total magazine number 3. That was issue number 2. That, I'm not gonna lie, that always bugs me. When people commit, like, awful atrocities and then turn around and try to advocate for human life and humanity. It's just like, shut the fuck up. Too little, too late. Should have thought about that beforehand. Oh, come on. Reload, fucker. Go. Got him. I know that way leads further in. Let's push this way. I believe this mine chef has to do with the mission. Yeah, I think it does too. Looks vaguely familiar. Like I said, I only went through this specific DLC one time, and I never got to see the ending. So I'm not too terribly familiar with a lot of this. I'm not familiar at all with the next DLC. And this one I'm very, very, very vaguely familiar, because I've only done this content once and I never finished it because there was that bug that stopped me. But this definitely looks familiar. For sure. I didn't drop that one. Coolant distributor? What is that? Someone is modifying maintenance. That looks like a grenade launcher that's just chilled. What are you doing? Mail delivery tool. This launcher was listed as a failed project and forgotten, with its recent discovery retrofitting it with a humming pneumatic tubes are filled with explosives that deliver death rather than envelopes. You know, that's something I've never done. I've never done a science weapon playthrough. Well, that's unfortunate. I should probably do a science weapon playthrough at some point. Accident reports. Yeah, not worried. Man. Need to start drinking more of these faster then. It's my third rip it in 5 hours. Still sucking.
I figured the mines were gonna be trouble. Didn't think they'd be crawling with Mance. Must have gotten out of HIA a while ago, because they've been busy here. Something about the tunnels here gets under your skin and into the worst parts of your head. Makes you feel not yourself. In case I don't make it out of here. Marauders must have followed me from OCI. Time to make tracks while the Mance are busy. I'm shedding some extra weight. It's yours if you find it, whoever you are. You need it more than I do now.
It's so weird hearing Sam talk in this game. I always like Sam's character. Sam had that background where, because Metro takes place in Russia, and you're playing Artyom, who is also a Russian, and Sam ends up in part of the groups that you run with. I think you run into him in the, I know for sure in Exodus you run into him. I can't remember if I think he's in the second game as well. I don't think he's in the first. But Sam is a American who was stationed at the American embassy as a Marine when the nuclear bombs dropped, and ended up linking up with the group called Spartans from Metro Universe, and ends up running with them and becoming a soldier within their military within the Metro systems. And it's so fucking cool, because it's like, no, because soldiers would really treat each other that way in that situation. Like, it's cool that they included that dynamic. For Benji. Well, this place is clear for now.
You remember that time? That time we... Yeah, fishing. Down on Stellar Bay. You read my mind, Benj. Black sun on the water. Waves glinting like teeth. Swallows whole. That sky. The rock. It's whispering, Benj. Yeah, you hear it too. Wants me to crawl. Crawl down deep. Let the beast consume. Benji. Can't hear you. You breathing? Ben? Who goes? Ben?
This rock that they're mining almost sounds like it behaves similar to red lyrium in Dragon Age. Gets in their heads, gets under their skin, gets in their lungs, starts talking and whispering to them, making them super aggressive, super paranoid. Which is weird, because, like, you're wearing breathing apparatuses. And the scientists are wearing breathing apparatus. The guards are wearing enclosed armored suits with helmets. So where's it getting in your skin at? Where's it getting into your lungs at? Kind of curious, because you're covered up. Now, the skeletons, on the other hand, that we found in the mine shaft, they weren't wearing any breathing apparatuses, which is weird because if you actually look at all the Marauder stuff and you read it, they're all mining helmets and mining gas masks that they're wearing. So, did you run out of shit for your people? Is there an elevator shaft here? No, there's not. Okay. Aha! And we're back around to the front. Nice. Nice, nice, nice. Good. So let's go this way. We're almost done exploring. Where's this one going? Don't shoot them in the face quite yet. It's gonna bug me if I don't grab the mission. I'll end up forgetting. I don't want to do that.
The llama.
And I say you're wrong.
You think that's a llama? Jeez. How big are llamas in this universe?
I'm telling you, this isn't the rock. We need to turn back.
This is the spot. Now keep your eyes peeled. The dead drop is at the foot of the alpaca, he said. And this is the alpaca.
Llama.
What was that?
It's a llama we're after, sir, not an alpaca. And this is neither.
Llama, alpaca, same thing.
No.
Llama.
They aren't the same at all, sir. Believe it or not.
Enough. We've got company. Out with it then. Who are you?
Are you survivors from that crash ship by the landing? That was the one that had the Marauders investigating it right outside the shack town.
I'm the captain of that crashed vessel, to be perfectly accurate.
Why start now?
What was that, First Mate?
Just talking to myself again, sir.
We're on the hunt for a package. It's supposed to be at the foot of this handsome-looking alpaca-shaped rock.
Hey, we already picked that up.
Llama?
We already picked that up exploring.
I told you. Didn't I tell you? How many times did I tell you, Captain?
I believe I owe you an apology, First Mate.
What?
It's true. I wouldn't know an alpaca from a raptidon, and as a captain, that's a mark against my good name. Can you ever forgive me?
Llama.
I don't know what to say.
I'll start. Thank you, stranger.
You not knowing something is not a mark against you as a captain. You not listening to your fucking crew, that's a mark against you as a captain. You not putting your ego in check for the safety and well-being of your crew is a mark against you as a captain. You not putting your ego in check to have to focus on the success of the mission, that's a mark against you as a captain. But you not knowing something, absolutely not a mark against you, big dog. You got that wrong. Everything you did to cover up the fact that you didn't know shit, that was where it got you messed up and hurt you as a captain. Maybe you should listen to your crew from now. A good account knows when we're all done. You idiots. Okay, I think. Oh, right here. Maybe you should listen to your crew from now on.
I think you're right. What is a crew if not people who can remedy a captain's flaws now and then?
Well, thanks, Captain. What say we head over to the Sprat Shack and I'll buy the first round, just to show there's no hard feelings.
Llama?
Here's my cut. I'd say you've earned it. And here's a little something extra for your time.
Go with this, and the pleasure's been all mine, First Mate.
Be seeing you, and thanks again.
Llama!
Why are you only saying llama? Did you get damaged? Did you get bumped on your head somewhere? You should probably leave. I want all of you to leave, because I want to... Oh, you're not going to leave. So I can't steal that without shooting you on the face. Which I'd rather avoid. What do we got down there? Anything? Yep. Dome piece.
Security patrol.
There's enemies right down there. See, it's one of my favorite things in video games. When they let you explore and you accidentally complete their missions before you get given them. It's always fucking awesome. Such a great feeling. Alright, now then. Let's take a look at our map, see what we're missing. Yeah, we got most everything. Cool, 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 cool. Just this major fucking building here that we're missing. So how do we go up? And where is it in retrospect to where we're at? It is... Let's see. As long as this map is oriented to the north... up there. So let's see if we can find a way up. Oh, look at that. Asking you shall receive. Let's go. It's the one building we don't have marked. I know that that's a force field, right? I'm curious, do you think those all the galaxy and stuff is like the actual galaxy? Or do you think they painted that on there? Or like deliberately designed it to be on there to help with spatial awareness for the people working here? Because we've seen that in other places where they paint sceneries on the windows or the ceilings So it wouldn't be unusual or unheard of in this universe. What quest do I have marked? I know I can't get in there without a voice thing. That I need a card for. Okay, so yeah, no, we just legitimately need to go to the OCI. We're stuck everywhere else. Cool. So everything else is in the 3 facilities we can't access yet.
Initiating ocular measurement. Measurement complete. Ocular identification complete. Welcome, Clarence Mostly. Access granted. Welcome to the Office of Creative Incubation.
Alright. 1 second, folks. I have something at my door that I gotta go deal with. Let's go. There's a whole lot of people in a place that was secured by a retinal scan. I want to know how so many people got in here. Because legitimately, there should be absolutely no people in here other than robots if this was actually secured by a retinal scan. See here, block stealth, not interested. Yeah, we're good. So far, we're only seeing dead robots, but something had to have killed them. Interesting that we're able to clear so much without any enemies intervening yet. Kinda surprised. Grab this, this. Salt tuna. Oh, more over here. We're almost full. We need to sell some things. Let's go ahead and do that. Let's get rid of... all of this. Perception and tech skills. Keeping the defaced one, because that's only the second one we've run into. Interesting. That's a unique thing. All right. Get rid of it all. Stealth will keep, noise will keep, plasma will trash, canyon refresh. Hold on to that. Sell the junk.
Show your boss that you are prime.
Loot, loot, loot. No readable there, apparently. Okay. Nope, still no enemies. Pick up energy container. It's kind of nice to be able to loot the display. Perfect game. That's got to be legendary. Or unique, or whatever they're classified as. What do we got in this direction? What's in this direction? Puffin, Drino, ammo. Okay. Combat drone down. Of course, of course. And that's one down. Who else we got? You're fucking
hiding?
moving. No.
You scared?
I'm not hiding. I'm hunting. There is a difference. There's a major difference. Looks like they're all on a higher level. Like they're on the 3rd floor. Reload. Grab that. That. No idea what that did. Was not paying attention. Alright, what else? Doesn't look like there's a whole lot else. Alright, so let's go over here. Let's see, nothing. Grab all that up. Grab this. Corporate commander. What do we got here? Ah, auto mechanical bits and a uniform. Man, these corporate dudes put up a fight. Good on you all. Still not sure how Marauders ended up in here, but sure. Okay, didn't we have another armor thing? Let's see. Yeah, we already did that one. Alright, so what else is flat out health, maybe? Let's go with the flat out health, I think. Still shy, okay. Guess we can't open that door? Gotta sneak around the other way? Okay. That'll work. Remained sitting. Nice. If we didn't see the animation, you almost wouldn't be able to tell that that dude's not dead. I mean, that dude is dead. He almost looks like he's not dead. He remained almost perfectly the same exact way he was when we shot him. Hey, what else we got? Shot. Okay. Take that. Those. Yeah, apparently we're hiding, and it doesn't mean shit that you were directly in front of our barrel and we shot you 3 times. Only one of them counted. Expensive gold, elite. I think there's still more of you. I don't think that's all of you. We'll have to see, though. Combat drone.
Gonna find you! Kill!
How many times I gotta tag you? Holy fuck, man. This DLC is not looking promising. There's a lot of inconsistencies here. So we got the plague thing that killed us 3 out of 4 times that we got it, with no counter to it. And now we've got people that aren't acknowledging the hitboxes. Okay. I hope that's not a sign of things to come, because I'm going to be pretty upset if we get through and spend all this time investing in this game and then not be able to complete it because of a bug. I would be like perfect for these types of settings. You know why? Because I don't like needles. So it'd be perfect. I'd not have to worry about turning into a marauder. Because I would not voluntarily be injecting myself with anything, regardless of how it made me feel. Let's see here. What do we got around here? Okay. Grab that. Grab that. I'm guessing when we get to the top floor, that'll be the command room, the computer, to be able to like access other places, or maybe we'll get a card to get access to the other place, or like a recording, something. But I bet it'll probably be in the top floor. Okay, no one here. Oh, we got a recording.
About your test subjects, I assume you're trying new formulations on humans, correct? Where do they come from, Dr. Ambrose? They come from Tartarus, don't they?
They do?
Why the reluctance? Providing life-affirming employment to the indigent, the criminally indigent? Well, that's a social good, don't you agree?
I have a staff meeting to attend. Excuse me.
So she knew what she was doing wrong. What she was doing was wrong. And what she was doing was experimenting on criminals, like prisoners, criminals. Not criminals and like, hey, yo, we got this illegal experiment. Why don't you come on over and we'll pay you? It was very much a, Here's the prison population. Do whatever you want to it. They didn't have a say. And then you pick like the worst group, right? So why are you going to take people that are extremely violent and give them something that's going to make them paranoid and more violent? Where does that logic come from? Who heard that and went, that's a fantastic fucking idea, let's do it? You can't tell me that anyone logically believed that that was a good idea. Are you fucking kidding me? I'm getting tired of these hitboxes in this DLC. I shouldn't have had to take that many rounds to take one dude out. I'm sorry. These hitboxes are fucking ridiculous and inconsistent in this DLC. This DLC has had the more bugs than the base game so far. By a lot. These hitboxes have been like insanely bad in this. Because the hitboxes are far more tighter and on point in the base game. I don't know why that didn't translate across the entire game. I get it when like it first comes out, the DLC first gets added, I get needing to make those tweaks. But like, we have the Spacer's Choice Edition. We went and we upgraded to all of that. And there's, even in the Spacer's Choice Edition, it's still these inconsistency with these hitboxes. I don't get it. And there's the other door. Alright, so we're left with only up now.
System.
That one was weird. It kind of like jumped up as if it had the recoil from the shot before the shot was actually taken. That was kind of wild. I think that's the only problem you're gonna run into. Well, hopefully, because if that's the only problem I run into, that's manageable, and I can deal with that. I can get through that. I can make necessary adjustments for it. I just hope we don't run into any game-breaking bugs. But again, if the hitbox thing is the only issue, and the hitbox and the combat effects, if those are the only two issues, I can definitely manage that for sure. Can't take the rest of them? Okay. Another legendary item. Nice. Incoming, return to incoming, return to incoming, return to messages, outgoing.
I knew I heard a little weasel sniffing about. You'd best go back the way you came. There's nothing for you here.
Let's remain silent.
I have a message for you. This place is a graveyard. All that was done here should be forgotten and left to rot.
You're obviously a person who worked on the project. And for you to have that level of disdain and coherency, it's only one of two places you could have been. You could have been in a leadership level, where you would have been aware of the side effects and everything. Or a person administering it / observing the results firsthand. Those are the only two people that would have that level of disdain and to want to take it over. That's the best argument you got? Don't.
Gorgon is the birthplace of marauders. We created them here, in this very facility.
And?
They are our misbegotten children, born of hubris and vanity. They hold no fondness for trespassers. I've placed the facility under emergency lockdown to keep them safe. Let the marauders die in peace, or I will make certain that you die with them.
Well, first of all, you don't get that decision. Second, you're welcome to try. And you're really gonna sit there and tell us that we should leave the marauders alone to keep them safe? They're fucking eating people. Or did you not get that memo? There is no keeping them safe. We should put them out of their misery, or as it would be stated in the Warhammer universe, give them the Emperor's mercy. That's what should happen, is you should give them the Emperor's mercy.
Unexpected begin.
But again, if you want to stop me from giving them the Emperor's mercy, you're more than welcome to come down and try. I don't think it's going to work out the way you think it is, but you're welcome to give it a shot. We missed a way back this way. There we go. What's this? I know what this is. Let's go back inside. We gotta go use that elevator. Alright, so we have gone to all the places. Except for the elevator room now. Good, 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 good. Ah, and it's still telling us to go back outside. Well, alright then. So that's one location down at. And where are you sending us? Locating... Acquiring HIA. Hey, I know where that place is. I know where that place is. We got stuck out of that place. Alright. So first things first. There's the chem lab. Let's go here. Let's go turn that lady's flask in. Do. Here you go.
You find anything out there, you let me know. I'm ready to get off this rock.
Found your husband's flask.
That's it, all right. Law. Still smells like his whiskey, his cigarettes, and that awful cologne he bathed in every morning. Here. I saved up for this, just in case I needed to go out into the ruins myself. Truth be told, I'm glad I never had to use it. You didn't happen to find anything else out there, did you?
Let's go with this one.
A marauder? You're telling me he's been alive all this time? Don't tell me that's the end of it. Was there anything else?
All that matters is that you have what you wanted. This is... All that matters is that you wouldn't have wanted this for him. I deal with the Marauders all the time. It's kill everybody killed. I killed the Marauders near your old place. He was probably among them. Marauders attacked me. I had no choice. But let's go with this one.
Do you think one of them was my Jerome?
Let's go with this one. There's no way of knowing. Because we just don't know. There's not a way for us to scan the bodies and know who's who. And you didn't give us a picture.
Thank you for telling me. Jerome
and there was...
got me out of Gorgon. I can honor his memory by staying out. Time to hit the dusty trail. Be seeing you, stranger.
There were bodies there that we didn't make that were obviously killed by other means. So he could have already been dead because there was 2 bodies in the bar where we found his journal that we didn't create. Okay, so that's resolved. Do I have enough to open that safe that's in here yet? Is it the safe? No, it's this thing. And no, I don't. Okay. But I saw an item that you gave me that... Medal of Honor. Oh, it's a gun. Can I modify it? No, I can't. Well, that's unfortunate. And we still haven't gotten another assault rifle, and I'm not using it if it's not silenced. So I guess it'll go away to the ship.
Sorry about Freddy and Trixie. When they're not fighting over salvage, they're fighting over the bed sheets at night. Not by much, I'll bet. At least today they behaved themselves. Even kept their clothes on. So, what'll it be?
Trade.
I'll set him up. You knock him back.
Sounds fair, except for I don't actually want to buy anything, I don't think, from you. I don't think you have anything that I want. You got another one right there. Look at that. Let's have you do the equipped. There we go. Got that. Stop cutting through all the way. Intimidate, sneak, tech. Yeah, we're not keeping that. We're not keeping that. We're not keeping that. Actually, we might keep that one. Because I think that's the one I think it is. And if it is, then fantastic! Get rid of that one. Get rid of these. Range spread, post armor dealt, stealth skills, walk speed don't need it, physical armor, silencer, yep, physical armor, yep, rate of fire, we get rid of that. Okay, so then cannot fast travel from this location, so we gotta go outside. Raj, we have stuff to drop off. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Oh shit, I missed that. Alright, let's get inside here. Clean up the inventory a little further. Ah, getting some more magazines added to our collection there. Oh, and the book from the captain and his crew. All right, let's deposit these. Right. 392. Goodness gracious. Yeah, we're good actually. That looks right. I don't think we're missing. I don't think we got any messages, right? Oh, we do. From Junlei to Pravarti. Subject. Oh. So they actually send us the things that she was talking about. That's kind of cool. That Pravarti and her and Junlei, the emailed conversations they were going back and forth with, they actually send them to you. So you can read them yourself. I didn't realize that. Ah, yes. We needed you. Cool. Did you get the chance to watch The Witcher Nightmare Wolf? No, I've been super busy with family things. I need to. I've just been super busy. Matter of fact, I actually have to go deal with some real world things right now. Sadly. But we did get 6 hours knocked out. And we've got all the exploration stuff done. We've got the quest area opened up now. Right? So now we got all of our fast travel points opened. So we can just start popping directly over to the locations we need for questing. So we're definitely going to continue this in the future. Probably later. We'll see. We'll see if I don't know if I'm done streaming for the day. I may come back later tonight. But I have real world things I got to do that are time sensitive. Adulting. But anyways. Thank you all for hanging out with me. I appreciate it. Let's see here. You have a good one. Thanks for watching. Oh yeah, absolutely. Thank you for stopping in. Again, thank you. I appreciate it. And I will see y'all in the future.